It was saying unable to do the live stream, so I trying again. Okay, so we are now live on YouTube. Good evening and welcome everyone to the JUTS debates for the 2025-2027 cohort. We are live on YouTube and ready to go for our various debates for the various positions for this year's elections. My name is Tiffany Walters and I am the General Secretary for the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, and I'm also the acting returning officer. We will begin shortly. So in the meantime, just relax. If you have any questions for candidates, you can make note of them and we'll present them during the question and answer segment. All the best to all candidates. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Now we'll begin. So, welcome once again to the JUTS Debates 2025 for our cohort 2025 to 2027. I'm really excited about the debates that are about to unfold, and I hope you are too. Now, we will be beginning with our Deputy Director of Communications portfolio. Now, this evening we have two candidates, Jordan Reed and Kashif Ferguson. Sorry. So we will begin with Jordan Reed.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay, just confirming that everyone can hear me and see me. Okay. Distinguished guests, specially invited colleagues, friends, and most paramount council chairs, good evening. Thank you for being here tonight and congratulations again on your elections, whether past or present. It is your leadership that powers the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, and I am honored to stand here before you as a candidate for Deputy Director of Communications. My name is Jordan Reed, and I'm a proud member of Montego Bay St. James. However, I am a student at the UWI Mona, and there I currently serve as the Director of GIL TV, External Affairs Chair for the Faculty of Social Sciences, and Treasurer for the St. James Parish Youth Council. Council President, I represent a new generation of leadership, innovative, data-driven, and committed to transformation. Today, I am going to ever so keenly illustrate why you should vote Jordan Reed and just go with Joe on election day. I believe our union deserves more than tired routines and half measures. We deserve communication systems that truly connect every student voice, moves at the speed of conversation, and powers data-informed advocacy. Tonight, I want to show you how my reach framework, reliable delivery, effective liaison, agile backup, coordinated campaigns, and high standards will deliver that transformation. Let me start with reliable delivery. Members, I had the privilege of speaking to you one-on-one, and one of the main points in JUTS was the lack of timely communication. I want you to imagine urgent policy change, last-minute venue update, or breaking student concern, and every single member in this union hears it at the moment when it matters most. That is JUTS Broadcast Network, where WhatsApp and email alerts go out in real time, unless it is the work of God and uncontrollable by human intervention. There will be a new 24 hours maximum policy that I will implement for the dissemination of information. And that, members, is Jordan Reed certified, backed by union press briefings, which will be posted on social media that will address both members and the general public of wins, challenges, and preview of what's next in the JUTS Executive Council, as well as quarterly advocacy newsletters, which will be a concise bulletin delivered each month to every campus inbox, pulling together policy shifts, even notices, and top-line data on student priorities. Follow me, members. With Joe, I did not know will be eliminated from our vocabulary. Next, effective liaison. Members, strong communication aren't just outward facing. They run smoothly behind the scenes, members. And as your new deputy, I will implement a secretariat communication tracker to log every invitation, response, and partnership opportunity. Dante Minto, we have some work to do on Google Calendars and Microsoft Excel. Also, quarterly stakeholder roundtables with ministries, agencies, and private partners to keep JUTS at the table when key decisions are being made. And I must praise JUTS where it's due. The union has been present and active in this regard. I want to continue that tradition and build more on it. Lastly, rapid media response kits, pre-approved statements, visuals, and contacts that allow us to react instantly to crisis or breakthrough. Members, I have the contacts and I have the networks to make things happen. If you want the network, then just make Joe work. These systems will cement credibility and ensure that every external conversation advances student interests. On the coordinated campaign, it is my duty to liaise with the second vice president to coordinate and execute debates, focus groups, and similar activities. Our national challenges demand more than just hashtags. They demand strategy. Under my leadership, we will launch Campus Comlink, a digital campaign where every guild president and every guild PRO shares real-time campus data, challenges, and policy proposals. Secondly, we will host national student policy forums and cross-campus debates, bringing students face-to-face with policymakers and equipping them to craft formal recommendations. Lastly, convene annual student leadership summits that blend advocacy training, crisis simulations, and joint campaign planning, and also just general awareness to JUTS. Its purpose and its power, because a lot of persons, members, don't even know what JUTS is. Together, these campaigns will amplify our collective voice and deliver measurable impact. Council members, presidents, I am young, but that is my advantage. I live and I breathe digital engagement. In just 3 days of campaigning alone, my official campaign video has garnered more views and more comments than any other candidate. My social media channels have the highest engagement rate, proof that when I speak, students listen. This success is not just luck, but it reflects my ability to craft resonant messages and spark meaningful dialogue. Members, tonight I ask for your vote on Monday, June 30. Take a look at my history in national campaigning and PR strategy. Take a look at my campaign results. Take a look at the recent engagement on Guild TV. See the engagement, feel the energy, then imagine what we can achieve when that energy fuels a full-time communication revolution for this. I stand before you, members, as a student leader, a youth advocate, a communicator, a strategist who refuses to settle for good enough. I bring to you creativity and a relentless focus on results. I bring reach. Go with Joe, because your voice deserves to be heard and delivered. Thank you, presidents. I look forward to serving you. Let us transform JUTS together. Reach out to me at Jody on Read on Instagram. Reach out to me, 876-808-3802. I probably should not have said that live on YouTube, but please feel free to reach out to me. I want to have that discussion. Thank you so much, Tiffany, for having me. Have a lovely rest of night until the question and answer segment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jodian. So up next, we'll have Kashif Ferguson, and then we'll have the question and answer segment for both candidates. And also, point to note, each candidate will be allowed to ask one question to the other candidate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, JUTS executive, fellow student leaders, esteemed members, welcome. My name is Kashif Ferguson, and I am honored to offer myself as a candidate for the post of Deputy Director of Communications of this distinguished union. I proudly hail from the parish of Westmoreland, a product of humble beginnings, bold aspiration, and I am a proud, as Jamaicans like to call it, country youth. I am one who has dared to dream and believe that I can aspire to be more in life, and I continue to fight for this dream every day. Life has not always been easy, but with my faith in God, a resilient spirit, and rock-solid support system, I have overcome challenges that have once seemed insurmountable. Like Maya once, you may trod me in the dirt, but still, like dust, I will rise. Today, I stand before you as a candidate, and you might be asking yourself, why should I vote for this young man? Well, the answer is simple. Communication is more than just a tool. For me, it's a calling. I believe that words, when wielded with a purpose, can inform, empower, and transform. And that is what I plan to do if I am fortunate enough to be elected. My background is the following. I am former Deputy Public Relations Officer for the Mona Law Society, and I'm also the former General Secretary of the Mona Law Society. I am now the president of the Norman Mandela Law School Student Association. I also have professional experience in events planning, strategic communication, sales, and marketing. All of these skills I intend to bring to the office of Deputy Director for Communications. My plans are as follows. First and foremost, I plan to have timely and accurate communication. I will work hand in hand with the Director of Communication as well as the second Vice President to ensure that all communication, be it internet updates or national press releases, are distributed promptly and are factually sound. This will be accomplished through structured communication calendar, automatic scheduling, and use of multiple different platforms such as email, WhatsApp, Instagram, X, formerly Twitter, and more. I plan to have quarterly communication workshops. So as mandated, I will be collaborating to plan a workshop, not just for the JUTS officers, but also for the public relations officers for each of these tertiary institutions. This is to give them training on communication, because as I said earlier, communication is a skill. It is something that all of us must aspire to have and all of us must be willing to use. My next mandate is to have a Know Your Union campaign. So I intend to launch a campaign that will demystify the operation of JUTS. I am from the western side of the island where, sad to say, JUTS isn't as popular as it is in Kingston. So I plan to launch a campaign to let persons know what exactly JUTS stands for, what is our mandate, and what is our plans to help these different tertiary institutions, right? Communication is also a two-way street. So I'm planning to have to have a feedback and engagement mechanism. So I'm planning to have monthly feedbacks where persons can reach out to us directly through a dedicated email channel so that they can raise any questions, their voices can be heard, and any concern that they have can be addressed. My plan is to ensure that this email is monitored daily so that we can have turnaround time of 24 hours in responding, right? My last one is I plan to collaborate with the president, the second vice president, the secretary, to have what I would like to call the crisis communication framework. So this will ensure that JUTS will deliver information swift, that this information will be coordinated, and it will be in partnership with our various stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Director of Communication must be proactive, strategic, and most importantly, present. I do not simply want to hold a title. I have held many in my life. I want to build a legacy of transparency, accountability, and connection within JUTS. If you elect me, I will bring passion, professionalism, and purpose to the office. I will be the voice that amplifies yours, not just in words, but in actions. Let me end this by saying a quote by George Bernard Shaw. The simple biggest problem in communication is the illusion that communication has taken place. So ladies and gentlemen, on June 30th, I hope you guys vote for the Ferguson way. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan, and thank you, Kashif. Now, Jordan, you have if you wish, the opportunity to ask Kashif one question, and Kashif, you have an opportunity to ask Jordan one question.
Okay, so good afternoon again, Kashif. I just want to say that I admire you so much. I just wanted to ask you, I think I've wanted to ask you this question through the entirety of this campaign. Given your current role as president for the Norman Mandela Law School, what made you feel the need to also pursue a position of deputy director on JUTS?
Thank you so much for that question. So what made me apply for JUTS? As I said, it was a calling. Initially, I was a little bit skeptical about whether or not I was going to apply. And then I saw that the post for deputy director was vacant. So I reached out to the RO and I said, hey, I realize this post is vacant. I think it's a very important post communication can make or break our organization. So I had reached out to her and I had said, would it be okay if I threw my hat in the ring? And she said, sure, man, go ahead. And that is the main reason why I reached out. I do believe that I have the skills that would be necessary to make this role one. Rather, I do believe I have the necessary skills that would make me a great fit for this role. But I also believe that both of us as candidates, whichever one of us that the president decided to vote for, would be an awesome fit. So, Jordan, I have one question for you. So, you would have applied for deputy director of communication.
Hold on. She fell off.
Oh,
She's
no
rejoining now. She's back
So-
on. Go ahead.
All right, Jordan. So you would have applied for the post of deputy director of communications. So my question for you is, what new would you bring to the post that other candidates before you would not have brought?
Okay, thank you so much for that question, Kachit. I think one of the things that I have not seen from JUTS before is something that you would have actually mentioned in your speech, the fact that a lot of people from the West, because you're actually a neighboring parish to me, so you live in Westmoreland, a lot of people down here don't know about what JUTS is. So I think one of my favorite instruments on Instagram is the new collaborative feature. And in the voters list, there are 37 approved tertiary institutions on there. So what I would love to see is, I talked about this in my speech, a comlink. So it would basically be something where each president of different universities, so CMU, UTech, UWI, Bethlehem Moravian College, would do something where either the guild president or the guild PRO goes on and they talk about what is happening in CMU, what policy efforts they want to see, and what are the issues that are happening on campus, right? So if all 37 approved tertiary institutions that are members of JUTS go on this platform and share, and all of those new students go and see JUTS and what JUTS is, because it will be a collaboration both between JUTS and CMU and UE and stuff like that, that will bring new light and new engagement and teach more people about JUTS in some of the rural communities that are sometimes underrepresented. Because if you're going out and speaking to persons, some of the presidents, some of them don't even know what JUTS is, even though they're a guild president. So yeah, that's what's new, that's the new initiative that I would bring to JUTS. And as you said in your speech, I would love to see more people talking about what JUTS is and things like this. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So now we will take questions from those watching us on YouTube or those here on the Zoom who are presidents. But before, so we will be taking a question from Miss McCloughin from the ministry.
Good evening, candidates for the position of Deputy Public Relations. That title, let me tell you. So my name is Charlene McLaughlin, as Ms. Walters said, your Student Governance Coordinator. This role, so while you're deputizing, it's still a critical function for you, as you'll be assisting the person in charge of that role. But they said work not reported or work not seen is work not done. We're all tertiary students here, and that's your primary responsibility and role. And it's easy to come and campaign and say yourself until it's time for action. What strategies do you have in place to manage your time to be an effective person in your respective roles? And this is for Joe and Kashiv, to ensure that I heard both of you have mentioned posting things in a timely manner, etc. What strategies do you have in place now to ensure that you create this school life balance and JUTS balance and not come up with the excuse to know that you have exam, you have this, you have that, so things are being posted. Because we've had that experience, not necessarily here in JUTS, but in any organization, because we're in an era now of social media and is what's trending and what's buzzing drives an organization and make it visible and more attractive. And as you can see, a lot of these positions are uncontested. And you would have heard one of you mention that persons in your parts of the world don't know about JUTS. Strategy now, time management. So either of you can go, which I don't know who wants to go first, but I'd like to hear from both of you.
Okay.
In
Good
serious times now.
afternoon, Miss Charlene. I don't know if you remember me, but I just want to say it's so good to see you again. I remember you from about 2 years back in the Jamaica Prefects of Association. It's
No, I don't.
that's okay. But what I wanted to say is that from I was so small, from I can remember myself, I've always been a student leader. So even in high school, I remember the specific place where I met you was during prefect week for JPA about 2 years back, yes, in Kimberly's tenure. So
Okay.
what I would say is that I've always been a student leader and I've always had many things on my plate. And I think one thing that I always hear my Hall of Presidents say, Taylor Hall, is that it's usually the student leaders who perform better in book work. So I don't think that that is necessarily an issue for me because
Okay.
I have been doing it all my life. And I can say that I've had no worries so far. So yeah, I think I already have a strategy in place, going to school and stuff like that, note taking and reminders for when I should do exams, completing tasks on time. As I said, I'm a very big lover of Google Calendar. So like I said, I've always been balancing it from I knew myself. So I don't think that I have that worry now here in JUTS.
So Google Calendar is one of your go-to tool. All right. Thank you, Mr. Kashif. And welcome to the JUTS, the tertiary arm of student governance. Welcome.
Thank you so much. So to answer your question, I believe time management is a skill that you learn throughout your lifetime. I would have served on the Mona Law Society, and I've also would have, as we know now, I am the president of the Northern Money Law School Association. Time management is something that I am able to manage. It's something that I would have been doing all of my life. How I would keep on track is I do believe in setting deadlines, and I've always been one that has achieved my deadlines. As a matter of fact, I won the award for achieving my deadlines at my last workplace. So I believe in having a good Google Calendar with reminders. I also believe in having a good support system because a good support system can help you to get through and have these initiatives being posted in a timely manner, having these initiatives being taken care of. So for me, when it comes down to time management, I've often used Google Calendar as one of my tools. Another tool that I have used is to set deadlines for myself to ensure that I meet these deadlines. So for example, if I know that something should be posted on the 1st, then I would have it drafted by latest the 25th of the month. So that when it comes around to the 1st, only thing that I'm doing is actually clicking post. So I don't believe in, and as I've always said, you have to plan ahead. If you fail to plan, then you're planning to fail. So I believe that you should plan ahead, and when planning ahead, you set your deadlines and you will be good.
All right. Thank you very much, Kashif and Jodion. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Walters.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions they want to ask? You can do so now. Oh, I must also acknowledge the fact that we have panelists. So with us, we have Mr. Deshaun Cook. He was rather the JUTS president for 2023-24. And we'll also be having Mr. Dimitri Madrega, who is also a past JUTS president. So Mr. Cook, if you have any questions that you'd like to ask other candidates, you can do so now. Then we'll move on to the next candidate in the next post.
Of course. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Jodian and Kashif, I'd like to say, congratulations to you both and thank you for putting up yourselves for service. I mean, you're going for the position of Deputy Director of Communications. And I think my very first question to you right now, like what first comes to mind when you hear the name or the word JUTS, thinking of it as a brand, what first comes to mind?
The first thing that comes to mind when I hear JUTS is advocacy. I have to say that that is a champion word that I hear. It represents the voice of all tertiary students across the nation of Jamaica. So yes, that is what JUTS means to me, Deshaun. Thank you for the question.
Kashi, very still okay.
Yeah, man, I'm still here. So the first thing that comes to my mind when I hear JUTS is advocacy and groundwork. I would have seen throughout the year where you guys have advocated for a lot of policies and laid the groundwork and have actually been successful in some of these policies. So that's the first thing that comes to mind when I hear JUTS. It is active advocacy and also laying off the groundwork.
All right. I think let's go a little bit more into it now. So when we talk about just we are talking about, as you'd have said, advocacy groundwork, but based on the perspective both of you guys shared in terms of, I would think you're saying underrepresentation or we're not going a lot into rural schools. Like, what do you think you could add differently? Let's put away partnering with them online in terms of like tagging them in a post and they repost to their page. How do you think, as Deputy Director of Communications, you could add to that? What is it that you will be adding or to the organization to ensure that everybody is equally represented, since both of you are of the belief that the union is not very well represented in Western and probably other regions nationally? Kashif, you could probably go first since Jordan has been going first. You could take this.
Sure, no problem. So I believe that, well, I can talk from my experience coming from the West as a proud country youth. We did not really feel the presence of JUTS. As a matter of fact, I did not know about JUTS until I came to Kingston. One of the things that I would love, I'm not sure if it is something that can happen, but one of the things that I would love to do would be to do like a school tour where we go to that side of the island and we reach out to the various, because we have the presidents on the voters list. So we already have a first point of contact for them. So what we should be doing is reaching out to them, planning these school tours so we can reach out to these various schools on the western side and the rural side of the island. And then we can go out into the field with them and say, hey guys, we are JUTS. This is what we stand for. We would love for you guys to, move up in the ladder of student advocacy for you guys to join us. Additionally, I don't believe in just tagging them in a post. I don't think that is effective. That's just a tag. What I believe is that we can reach out to them, hear their concerns, so that when we're advocating, I do believe that whenever we're advocating, we should also be advocating for the issues that are unique to the rural schools and the rural communities.
Okay, thank you so much for that question, Deshaun. So as director of Bill TV, one of the things that I would have wanted to implement in Bill TV this year, and what I would bring over to JUTS as well, is tangible representation. I, for one, as a young person, I love digital campaigns. I love to see collaborations online, but that's just one aspect of it. I'm a big fan of Vox Pops. I would like to see actual representatives from JUTS go in the field, ask students questions, and presidents are just one thing. But I would even like to take it farther, to even at the secondary level, to get students when they are transitioning from secondary institutions to tertiary institutions, to ask them questions on the streets. What issues are they facing? How do you feel about this? I see sometimes some questions and answer segments that are quite funny. So we could ask them questions like, what is JUTS? What does JUTS stand for? This and that. I would love to see something like that in the streets of Montego Bay. If something like that happened in Montego Bay in Samshard Square, I know that people, for a fact, would stop and watch. So yeah, that's what I think that we should do to promote the brand of JUTS. Meet people where they are. tangible representation, not just online as well, but in the streets, in St. Catherine, in Montego Bay, in Port of Spain, this Town, all of the places. And yeah, just have tangible persons that people can see, feel, and touch and interact with.
All right, thank you so much to both persons. And I think I'll not ask any further questions because we have quite a few persons to get through. But I'll leave this comment that when we're talking about representation, we also have to understand that we're now at a national level, right? We are at the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, and some of the things that you've mentioned, they do exist. The reality is that potentially what you guys, whoever it is that is successful at the end or whoever, I'm hoping that you'll get an opportunity to work together nonetheless. But some of these things do exist, and we're having to think at this point now about meaningful representation, right? That is what I think we should be moving towards as a union. But all the best to both candidates, and I do look forward to the rest of your campaign. Stefan.
Thank you, Deshaun. Thank you for the questions. Thank you once again, Jordan and Kashif, and all the best in the rest of your campaign. Now we will be having Mrs. Debisha Grant Roberts, candidate for Deputy General Secretary.
Good evening, everyone. Madam Returning Officer, members of the outgoing executive, members of JUTS, fellow nominees, and other persons who are here on the platform, whether on Zoom or those who are watching on YouTube. Good evening. My name is Debisha Grant Roberts, and I'm a third-year student at the United Theological College of the West Indies. I have heard a quote that has inspired me over the years to give of my best in everything that I do. It is by Pablo Picasso, who says that the meaning of life is to find your gift, and the purpose of life is to give it away. This quote has inspired me to find meaningful ways to utilize the gifts and talents and resources that I possess in ways that can continue to inspire, to encourage, to motivate, and to support persons as I go through life's journey. I do believe that as a national level representational organization, that JUTS deserves the best representation. As such, I believe that the quality of communication that the organization creates and disseminates should meet a standard that is both faultless and impeccable. As an educator, with special focus in English language and literature, as well as communication skills, I believe that my career experiences have helped to prepare me to impart the knowledge that I've garnered over the years to best empower the Secretariat to provide documents that represents the organization at this level. Personally, over the past 10 years, I've developed organizational skills, I've developed communication competencies, efficiency, confidentiality, and the ability to prepare for meetings as well as to manage documentation. Undoubtedly, I have been shaped and prepared to utilize my skill sets, resources, and talents to best support the overall thrust and objectives of JUTS through the Office of the Secretariat. I have served more recently in the capacity of secretary for various organizations, and I have also served on various committees. Through the years 2016 to 2018, I served as secretary for the United Church Young Adults Action Movement. I've also assisted the General Secretary of the Students Association here on campus at UTCWI, as well as I function as secretary to the Family Life Commissions of the Jamaica Council of Churches. And these would be in addition to other capacities that I've served at in ecumenical spaces, both nationally as well as regionally. Fellow JUTS members, I believe that through the Office of the Deputy General Secretary, I'll be able to offer collaborative support to the General Secretary and the wider executive by contributing innovative ideas and thoughts that can help to streamline the Office of the Secretariat, I've also been gifted with communication intelligence, and this I will use to improve the secretariat one letter at a time, one as we prepare the minutes for distribution view that removes any possible errors and ensures that whatever is being communicated would be as intended. Fellow JUTS members, I humbly seek your vote of confidence today, and so I encourage you to vote Debisha Grant Roberts for efficiency, for precision, and consistency. Vote Debisha Grant Roberts for distinguished service. Vote Debisha Grant Roberts because I will endeavor that every task that I undertake will be with the intention to enhance the success of the wider team. Vote Debisha Grant Roberts for Deputy General Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Debisha. Now we open the floor for questions and just keep those questions coming. I'm not seeing any questions as yet from the public, but I love to see what you'd like to know about the plans for the various candidates. So asking for questions. If there are no questions as yet, I'll ask Mr. Cook to go ahead if he has any.
All right, so thank you again so much. Debisha, I think I'm loving the fact, not think, I'm loving the fact that you are from one of our smaller institutions. And I think it goes to show that, JUTS is really for everyone. It's not often that we see it. I know that I'm seeing it is just a wonderful thing to see, you know. Um, my question is, what prompted you to run for a position on the Union of Tertiary Students?
Thank you so much for that question. And thank you too for acknowledging the representation. I was unaware of JUTS prior to coming into the function of president here on campus. And when I did some research and recognized the potential and capacity of JUTS, I realized that this is a powerhouse that we have within our hands. And I also recognize that based on my experiences and my abilities, I do possess some skill sets that would help me to help the team to be best able to represent its intentionality as well as its level of excellence in terms of its written communication, in terms of the formality and structuring of documentations. I know that that is an issue that we see popping up over time, and it's something that irks me. And based on one of the thoughts that fuel me, I have this gift, which is my ability to overview and to prepare documents with a level of excellence. And so I thought that one of the ways in which I can not just represent the minorities within this space, but also to give off the talents and skill sets that I possess would be to serve on this platform. And also to say that even though I will be serving in this capacity, if I do have suggestions that I believe may be able to advance our visibility or ability to work better, I would most definitely forward those in the appropriate channels.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to your tenure as Deputy General Secretary, and I'm hoping that you'll continue to use the skills that you possess, of course, in training sessions for the number of institutions that you will be serving. All the very best, Debisha, and hoping that you have a wonderful tenure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cook. I'm checking to see if there are any questions on the YouTube. Not seeing any as yet. However, I have a question for you, Debisha, as this portfolio is close to home. How would you, or what measures would you put in place to hold Mr. Minto accountable?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the last section of your question?
Just repeat it in general. What accountability measures would you use to hold Mr. Minto accountable? Seeing that you both will be working hand in hand as a part of the Secretariat.
Thank you so much for that question. So one of the things that I value most importantly is collaboration. And so a part of that for me is knowing what some of his tasks entail so that I can see how best to function as a supportive role. In addition to that, I do offer the the possibility of working by previewing or reviewing rather some of what would have been created as a draft for sending out, just to ensure that it meets the level of excellence that we would want to convey as an organization, as well as to see in spaces where there may be a lack or there may be a delay in terms of him being able to function, providing support in terms of either encouraging him to attend to the task, or in instances where I'm able to assist him in also doing that as well. So I'm a very supportive leader, and I'm one who believes that it's not just about seeking the limelight, but it's about helping persons to grow and to develop while ensuring that whatever problems we encounter, they are addressed in an appropriate way.
Okay, thank you. And with that being said, I'm throwing out the floor for questions for like 30 seconds. If anyone has any more questions that they'd like to ask, you can do so now. Okay, so I don't think there are any more questions, but I'm sure if anybody has any questions, they can just send them. If you are watching this live, probably delayed, or watching it now and you didn't get a chance to ask your question, you can send your questions via our Instagram at jutsja or via email at returningofficer.jutsja@gmail.com, and this goes for all candidates. Oh, we have a question from Ms. McCracken. You may go ahead.
Good evening, Mrs. Roberts. Like Mr. Cook, I'll commend you for stepping up to this task as a member of one of those tertiary institutions that are not usually recognized. Commendations to you. As the Deputy GenSec, you may have access to documents, signatures, emails, things that are personal to the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students and by extension, the ministry. How, as it relates to integrity, how do you view integrity? What does integrity mean to you in the context of this position? And a case where you may be put in a situation where the council may be brought into disrepute by virtue of use of documents that you may have access to or your colleagues may have access to and can use for their personal use or bring the council into disrepute and by extension the ministry. How would you treat that situation?
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if it's Miss or Mrs. McLaughlin.
Miss
McLaughlin, thank you again for your question. And I smile as you ask the question because integrity is extremely important for me. I must state and should have said earlier that I'm a minister in training in terms of my career expansion. And for me, integrity is one of the cornerstones of my development. I not wholly just for the capacity of being a deputy GenSec, but in all aspects and areas of my life, because as a minister in training, as a child of God, integrity, confidentiality, trustworthiness, these are values that I hold very dear, and these are values that I also seek to embody in all aspects and in all areas of my life. And so, in undertaking to serve in this capacity, there would definitely be no differentiation in terms of my values and what I'll bring to the table. So, my service will be undergirded by my spiritual beliefs, but will also be one that demonstrates the highest levels of integrity as well as trustworthiness and confidentiality. I am also aware of the rules and laws in terms of what it means in terms of sharing information as well as safeguarding information. And that is why I have pledged to, as best as I'm able to ensure that whatever documentations I have, that they are kept as safe as possible so that we can mitigate against any accidents. And if such is done, that we can seek a way to own whatever would have been done and then to seek a way to find a solution that represents integrity at its center. I do hope that has responded to your question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. Roberts.
Thank you again.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for your participation. Once again, Devisha, thank you for stepping up to the fold and being an aspirant for JUTS. Now, we're going to backtrack a bit and go back into the portfolio of communications, as we now have online our candidate for Director of Communications, Miss Nadisha Pinnock.
All right, I trust that everyone is hearing me. Can someone confirm that?
Hearing and seeing you.
Thank you. Students and youth leaders, change agents, and innovators of our Jamaican tertiary institutions. Good evening. Imagine a Jamaica Union of tertiary students where communication doesn't feel distant or top down, but feels centered on you. Where your voices are listened to, not just heard. Your voices are amplified, and advocacy is a two-way street of consistent, purposeful communication. My name is Nadisha Pinnock, a graduate student at the University of the West Indies, Mona, and I'm vying to be the next JUTS Director of Communications for the 2025 to 2027 tenure. What I envision for JUTS communication is not just about managing platforms and pushing posts. This is about building a movement rooted in the power of student voice. Because communication is the lifeline between students and advocacy, it's how policies are shared, how updates travel, and how JUTS becomes more than a name, but a powerful representative network for tertiary students. I have the qualifications and the work experience, so I'm come for the work. My leadership experience in communication spans from as small as clubs and societies to faculty and guild committees, national youth-led organizations, and international service and professional organizations. It is my work that has helped to lead to major recognition of the Jamaica chapter of the American Chemical Society for their work in science education, placing emphasis on diversity and inclusion with deaf and hearing impaired Jamaican students. It is my extensive work with the Limekey Cyber Layer Club, which has earned them the prestigious Lions International Marketing Award for service-driven marketing and purposeful campaigns. It's not just my experience that qualifies me to lead in this capacity, but it is also the traits rooted in my character as an individual: dedicated, service-driven, multifaceted, results-driven, committed, and always going above and beyond. My vision for JUTS communication is based on a framework I call CCTV, not the cameras on the wall, but a practical communication outline for connection, collaboration, transparency and transformation, and visibility. And the time has come to communicate these plans, and the time will soon come to put these plans into action. Let's start with connection. Tertiary students and leaders, of course, want to be included. That's why we will launch the Connect Ed, a quarterly town hall style forum for students and council representatives to voice their concerns, share solutions, and shape policy and advocacy inputs. No institution left behind. Everybody at the front of the class. JUTS Connects Chat, a dedicated WhatsApp chat line and broadcast channel for fast feedback, real-time updates, and connection that feels personal and immediate. Campus Connect tours. We're coming to your campus to connect with students, student leaders, and administrators, strengthen JUTS presence, and amplify institutional voices, especially those who feel left out of the conversation. This aims to connect with at least 3 institutions per quarter, so watch out for JUTS. Now let's move to collaboration, because advocacy isn't a one-man show. It's a group project that we actually like. We will launch the Tertiary Media Circle, linking student media and event teams across institutions and campuses to co-promote student-led campaigns, projects, and events. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell other relatives and friends that your campus event is the place to be. We will build meaningful corporate and nonprofit partnerships because sustainable communication requires support, strategy, and sponsorship. With transparency and transformation, there will be no whole heap of pasa. Look out for initiatives like the JUTS policy breakdown, a social media campaign breaking down policies on housing, education, student loans, employment in plain language, led by the JUTS Communications Unit with the support of the First VP team. We'll also host JUTS Open Briefs, met with gear update via social media and critical meetings, discussions, courtesy calls, and advocacy efforts. So when we did what we could and we could what we did, you will be well aware. We're keeping you in the light, so nobody now for bunks in the dark. And what about leadership development? The JUTS Communications Training Program, featuring industry experts, will equip JUTS officers and student leaders as well as students in areas such as public relations strategy, branding, media writing, and crisis communication. Whereas the JUTS Creators Lab will give hands-on digital media training in graphic design, photography, video editing, and other skills. And finally, visibility. JUTS can't dwell in the darkness. We have to in the video light. I will lead a brand identity boost, new visuals, strong unified messaging, and dynamic student-led content to make JUTS trend. We're going media expansion into the TikTok space while reviving our presence on other social media platforms. Plus the development of a dedicated JUTS website as a one-stop hub for students, student leaders, and stakeholders. The JUTS Press will highlight student news, features, and achievements through monthly digital articles and quarterly newsletters. And JUTS in action, and when JUTS is in action, will show up, show out, and show you in video, photo, and in real time. My people, let me tell you a little story. This is not a patchwork manifesto. It's a practical plan. And with my direction, your support, and the backing of our full and associate member institutions, and the strength of the unified JUTS Council, this CCTV vision will become a reality. So I implore you to come support a practical, powerful, people-driven plan. A plan where tertiary level advocacy through communication comes first. I am Nadisha Pinnock, and I have come to lead and direct. Communication is that direct link that connects tertiary students to JUTS. I have come to make that link stronger, and I want to make our advocacy more impactful. So come, we link up now. Is that a crime? You see a yellow tape? Vote Nadisha Pinnock for the JUTS Director of Communication. NADS comes to direct. Change comes with NADS. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nadisha, our candidate for Director of Communications. Now the floor is open once again for questions. Are there any questions for Nadisha? Now is the time to ask them. If there are no questions coming in on the chat, I'll ask Mr. Cook if he has any questions that he'd like to ask.
Thank you so much, Stefan. You don't have to ask, I have questions. But before I go, I'm seeing a few presidents here. I'm not sure how many persons are on the YouTube, but I'm encouraging you guys to ask questions. Oftentimes, we're very critical of student leaders and we're critical of student leadership organizations. But when we're given an opportunity like we're given now, we don't use that opportunity. But at the end of the day, we like to say that we're underrepresented and, this organization is not working for me. This is your opportunity, uncontested or not, friend or not, to use this opportunity to ask your questions, to ensure that these student leaders during their campaign, if somebody is here and they have not reached out to your institution as yet, you come and you ask a question, something that's specific to your institution, and ensure you're holding your leaders accountable. I just thought that that was really important to be said because as of now, we've not gotten any questions at all from persons in the chat, right? And I feel like that is not us moving in the right direction and where we need to go. But nonetheless, Nadisha, I've taken an opportunity to read through the manifestos. I can say with confidence, this is probably the most thought out manifesto I've seen thus far. Um, Now that you're uncontested, the conversation looks a little different from when you are contested. So the first thing I've made a few notes, and the first thing I want to ask you, you have quite an ambitious plan. You're moving from policy breakdown to connecting this via multiple platforms. And how will this be achieved in over 2 years? I mean, 2 years sounds like a whole lot of time, but when you factor in
Right.
the transition period and then getting to know the persons you're working to, getting your subcommittees, time flies. So talk to us.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. In terms of planning, I try to make the plan as practical as possible, not to overreach. And so that we're not overwhelmed with what it is that we want to achieve. I think what's important to achieve these plans is to have a team that believes in this vision and that is committed to achieving these goals. In addition to building a proper team or a team with well-equipped persons, I believe that proper planning is essential in order to achieve these goals. Of course, we have to map out things like timelines for campus connect tours. We do have to connect with the institutions prior to even visiting the institutions. So I think having a great team with qualified persons, proper planning, providing a timeline that you can work with over time, I think is a great way to set out the achievements of these goals. And a huge thing for me is collaboration. I think a lot of persons, and from my experience, a lot of persons on the council have common goals, you have common visions and common objectives. So something like a campus connect tour, I'm sure, is something that other persons that are part of the council would want to be doing. And so we can basically collaborate and put together those plans collectively as different officers on this council. It does make the workload a lot lighter. It does make planning a lot more efficient. And it does make JUTS appear a lot more unified as representatives of tertiary institutions and tertiary students. So I think ensuring that the persons on your team are qualified, well equipped, and dedicated to carrying out this plan, proper planning, and of course collaboration.
Of course, no problem. Nadisha, you've been a part of the JUTS team before. In fact, you're
Right.
serving on JUTS team now, and I think you're also acting director of communications.
Right.
There's word on the street that JUTS has not done anything. Do you agree or disagree with that claim?
I disagree, but I think.
Wait. No. I'm going to
Okay,
ask a follow-up question. So you disagree with that claim?
all right.
So you're on the communications team now. You think JUTS has been doing things. How do we change that going forward? You've
Right.
been doing press releases, you do your memos, you send out emails. What is it that is going to be new with this communications team that's going to be allowing students generally to feel the impact of the work that's being put in?
And that's what I was going to add on. I think we are doing, but students are not seeing. So we are not necessarily highlighting the critical things and the behind the scenes that we're doing, because a lot of the work is behind the scenes. It's not necessarily upfront and centered. And so there is just a disconnect with us doing the work versus us showing that we are doing the work or showing the results of the work. I think that's the current situation. And of course, that is something that I will work to improve for this upcoming tenure, where we are more present, we are more visible, and we are highlighting the groundwork and all the work that we're doing in the background, not seeing it as, okay, we're in the background doing it, so we don't necessarily have to say it or show it. We do have to say it so that persons will know what is happening, and will be aware of the work that we're doing. So there is that narrative, and they're not necessarily wrong for feeling that way, because what you're seeing is not much. But if you're seeing a lot and we are bringing them along with us every step of the way, then I think they will be able to see exactly what JUTS has been doing and exactly what JUTS does and how JUTS work for them as tertiary students.
Of course. All right. Thank you so much, Nadisha. I have no more questions. I'm really excited to see what the position, what you will do in the portfolio should you be elected. All the very best. And yeah, I look forward to see what you'll do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much once again, Nadisha, for putting yourself forward and applying for candidacy for the director, of communications. Now we will be moving right along with our candidate for General Secretary, Mr. Dante Minto.
Thank you, everyone. Am I being heard, seen? Can anyone confirm?
Yes, you're being seen and being heard.
Very well. Thank you. So, good evening, everyone. I'd like to stand on the protocols already established. I want to greet the presidents, the past presidents. I know some student leaders are on who are older than I, who would have inspired me back in my younger days, and some of whom continue to inspire me in my more later stage. But besides from anything else, I want to begin by really congratulating all the candidates who would have stepped forward to serve. This week it was really joyful, and it was my great pleasure to watch the vibrant campaigns, to hear the thoughtful ideas, and to see the creativity and the passion that each of you plan to bring on to the JUTS. I'm really excited, and I've learned a lot just by observing the way how you guys carry yourself, and I'm really excited to working with you guys, and I really believe that the JUTS is in good hands. No, I want to start tonight as I'm an uncontested candidate, but I want to start tonight to show the type of leadership I believe in and the type of leadership that I intend to bring to the JUTS. So let me start by saying I'm Dante Minto. I'm a political science student. I like to read, and I'm someone who really loves to learn. One of the things that I recently did in a class to write a paper on was a position called the leader of business. Now, the leader of business is a position in parliament, and it's a position where, this person in parliament don't just talk, but they ensure that the day's work is done. and they ensure that the house functions with the people's business. They ensure that order is kept, members are heard, and motions are followed through. And that's what keeps that institution running. We hear of Parliament all the time, and I make the connection in my mind to say that the JUTS has 4 secretaries. That is a signal of a high functioning national body which a secretariat which needs leadership to function across the nation, to connect persons and to follow through on business. And I've made that observation not by mistake, but to me, the general secretary is the backbone of the executive, and this is the type of leadership I want to bring to the JUTS. So when we hear of GenSec, I don't want everyone to just think of the usual sitting, typing, following minutes, but I want us to imagine a GenSec who helps to hold the entire body and organization, which is a national organization, mind you, together. The person who makes sure that what we say aligns with what we do, and I want to be the person under the general secretary who ensures that the structure is upright while everyone else reaches out and builds. And so I'm happy to offer myself as that backbone. I'm someone who believes deeply in follow through. I want to be the one to ensure that our emotions don't just get lost in the minutes or just stuck in memory. What we pass must be carried forward with care, ladies and gentlemen. And what we agreed on is documented, updated, and most importantly, delivered and brought to life. But being a backbone is just not about structure, it's also about people. That is why I bring into this role my training in human resource management. And even more than that, my lived experiences as a leader, which tells me that in leadership, what matters is how we connect with people, is how we manage teams, read people, and to keep the temperature cool at all times and keeping all members fulfilled and ultimately producing for the good of tertiary students across the nation. And I, as a leader, I have gained some experience, and I believe in emotional intelligence. I believe in building relationships, and I believe that every single executive member should feel supported, seen, and a part of something that is steady. So one way I plan to do this is by creating team bonding and working sessions. So basically quarterly retreats where the executive can reflect, plan, and synchronize. And these won't just be meetings. I will structure them as opportunities for the executive, the team, and the JUTS overall to connect. And I imagine and I picture these things across the island. I want you to think with me. Imagine a planning session or a retreat we have by case. And of course, in the morning, as a team building exercise, you see the JUTS executive either, digging up some produce or even taking out a cow. Or we plan a session at a theological college where we explore ideas of, theological debates, which I'm sure will be thrilling to us. Those I think are ideas, and those I think are essential to building and creating a space for the JUTS executive where all members can connect, thrive. Because what we learn in human resource management is that any organization that you see, it's not just it's not really the name of the organization, but it's really people. And the success and failure of that organization is tied to how those people connect and how they feel, or how motivated they feel to do the job. And this is the human side of leadership. This is the togetherness that will power our structure. And this is the leadership that I believe can carry the JUTS into a new space. And this vision, I believe, I want to say, includes our associate member institutions. I believe that they should be very visible in our decision-making spaces. I'd love to work with the teams to explore inclusion in forums like the AGM, where they too can lend their voices to national discussions, because structure only works when it's complete and family only works when everyone has a seat. So this is why I chose General Secretary. I also intend to reimagine, to work with my team to build on what is already such an exceptional concept, or annual general meeting. I want to ensure that the annual general meeting is transformed into a space where leaders, national leaders, and associate members, of course, as I just mentioned, can come on our platform and they'll have a space to advocate. And from that platform, we'll build institutional consensus so that student leaders across the nation will be in sync with the JUTS and the things that we advocate for. And from that floor, as I said earlier, it will be the role of the secretariat, who I believe Miss Dabisha, who is already a part of the team, has a wonderful plan and a wonderful manifesto. I'm excited to work with her. But from that floor, our motions won't just be on documents, but it will be a living reality. I thank everyone for your time. I thank you for your trust, and I look forward closely to working with everyone to build something strong, steady, meaningful, and a JUTS that delivers together. I thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Minto. And just want to acknowledge the presence of another panelist that we have, Mr. Dimitri McGregor. He was the JUTS president in 2017 to 2019, just before pandemic. Now I'm opening the floor to questions. And while we're awaiting the questions, sorry, I have a question. So, as you know, it is GenSec, so for now, at least. So I have a question. How will you ensure or measures that you put in place to hold not just the executive committee members accountable, but also council members accountable?
Well, I will, as I said, I believe that the GenSec is the backbone of the institution and somewhat of the centrality of information. First, I'll have to keep myself accountable. I'll have to ensure that motions are followed up on, and I'll have to ensure that communication is clear. And one thing I mentioned in my speech is, firstly, I want to ensure that the mood is right on the JUTS. I want to ensure that the temperature is right so that persons are motivated and fulfilled. But when we see persons lagging behind, I want, first advocate for a beaten stick, but I try to work with the president or other members to speak to this member, to speak to each member, and to ensure that their pace is something that is sufficient for us, and to ensure that they feel motivated, to ensure that they feel acknowledged, and ultimately they'll be producers on the JUTS.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more at the moment. Are there any questions from the presidents? I'm checking to see if there are any questions on the YouTube. Any questions from the panelists? Okay, I'm just seeing your hand, Ms. McLaughlin. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Minto. Charlene McLaughlin, Student Governance Coordinator. I'm happy that you acknowledge that the GenSec position is the backbone of JUTS. You're indeed right. Can I tell you, I've had dialogue for the past 2 years more with Stephanie than I did with the president when Mr. Cook was around. And so it's a very critical role. My question to you, Mr. Minto, as a GenSec, if so duly elected, you'll be responsible for maintaining the integrity, transparency, and accountability of the union's operations. How you plan to uphold these in your role, especially managing sensitive information and bearing in mind the whole data protection policy now that we're governed by? What is your understanding of the data protection policy and how you plan to ensure compliance with this? Because you're going to have access to information for all the tertiary students, all the presidents, everybody, ministry personnel. So I hope
Right. So sorry.
compound the question too much. You can disaggregate and answer, or you want to go again?
Let me answer the first part about data protection. My understanding.
Okay.
I do understand confidentiality. Where in my previous roles, I would have served as hall chairman, where I would have handled multiple pieces of information that persons would consider to be confidential. I have always respected that. I've always upheld it. I really know how to be, I don't want to use discreet here, but I really know how to keep things to myself that should be kept to myself. So student information, it will be safe with me. I enjoy security. So within my own personal structure, I do have items that I lock away with pins and other security barriers as such. So those are some measures I could put in place to respect student data or information that I will have or be in possession in. What was the other part of the question now? Sorry.
You'd responsible, you have great responsibility for upholding integrity, transparency, and accountability of the union's operations. How do you plan to execute that?
All right. So firstly, I must know, and I assume that you would be someone, as you said, I'll be dialoguing with often. So you'd be better aware of all the red lines. So first, I must know the lines I should not cross, the organization should not cross. I must educate myself. Where I'm not sure, I will have to call, a superior as yourself or speak to the president to ensure that we as an organization, we're kept in line and we're transparent with the presidents. If needs be, we're transparent with the ministry and all the other partners that are in the picture. So it's just about me knowing the lines to cross and asking for advice when I'm not sure.
Okay, do you have a copy of the Constitution, the JUTS Constitution?
I do, yeah.
And
yes, I do.
Do you know it?
Well, I've been making myself familiar with it, but I understand that there's some confusion around it, as I was told today that it's under review. Not sure what that means, but the Constitution I have, I heard that it was under review.
So the Constitution that it has stands, but it's up for review because it's antiquated. So
yes.
but
Yeah, man, I've been making. I can't say I know it yet, just as though I'd want to know it, but I've been making myself familiar with the.
All right, so you can familiarize yourself with it because it's up for review, but it's not yet complete as a ratified document, the new version. So this one we're working with. So just familiarize yourself with it. Okay, that's it. That's a starting point.
Very well. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, all the best.
Are there any questions from our panelists?
All right, I guess I'll go first. I'm sure Dimitri has questions as well. Sir Binto, my first question to you, looking at the Secretariat of the JUTS, as you'd have acknowledged, it extends beyond the writing and dissemination of minutes. What could you say, or what would you say was one of the strong points and potentially also one of the weakness and what you would bring differently to that portfolio? Now, when I'm talking about strong points and areas for improvement, that would be the current secretariat. Is there anything you admire from the team? Anything you would like to do differently or you would add to that being the new general secretary?
Well, I'm going to restrict myself from fully commenting on that. I'm not fully educated as to the current GenSec and the extent or the full picture of the role she played. From what I hear, though, from the questions I've asked, I heard that and I understood that she was a very good GenSec.
No, I meant the secretariat generally, if that was misunderstood. So I'm not asking about Tiffany, the secretariat that you would be chairing.
So I understand that. Well, in a part of getting to know the Constitution, I have discovered that there might be some level of redundancies in the four roles. Maybe I need to understand it better, but not looking at that yet. I think what I'd like to add to the role, as I said, is my people management. Not sure if Tiffany practiced a lot of it, but I believe that it's through our connections, it's through keeping the temperatures, through keeping in touch with everyone. I think that will help to create the perfect environment for all of the members on the executive to feel motivated and to follow through on the things that we promise. So I think that that's something new I want to attempt because, as I said, I have some training in human resource management, and I believe that I'm going to make it a duty and a responsibility to maximize the potential of every single member on the JUTS. So that's something new I'd like to bring. And I can't speak too much. I can't say I can speak truthfully about deficiencies or weaknesses within how the secretariat operates. I'm still learning. Thank you for that question, though.
Of course, and I think you have raised a point that I wanted to ask about when you spoke just now about the redundancy the perceived redundancy that is of the positions within the secretary. So my question is, during your time of considering running for the role, deciding to run for it, campaigning, now is there anything new that you've learned about any of those positions, and how would you? Because remember, you're running for general secretary, which means that you're going to be in charge of the entire secretariat. So is there anything regarding redundancy that you think that needs to be sorted? And if so, it wasn't reflected in your manifesto. Is there anything that you'd like to speak on regarding that? No?
As I say, I can't speak accurately or with evidence of anything that I know that's redundant, that is redundant within the role, or that does not work, inefficient, I'd use. But based on just my surface level reading of the Constitution, I see where maybe one position, and I don't even really want to call it because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe one position under the secretary might not be, might not be as effective or efficient having that person there doing what the Constitution states. But as I say, I don't want to too much explore it now. I'd love to further meet with the current executive. I haven't met with everyone yet, as I'd like to. I'd love to meet with them to see and understand how it operates and how it works, because perhaps I'm not in the know, and then I could make my decision from that informed position.
Okay. All right. I suppose my final question, in terms of, I guess as student leaders, we all have our challenges. Is there any, what would you say is the major challenge that you faced as a student leader, and how lessons learned or the lack of lessons learned from that would further benefit or hinder just as an organization? Because remember, you, as you said, you're the backbone, or the secretariat is the backbone of the organization. So any challenges, lessons not learned, how that would benefit or hinder the organization?
Yes, there's so many lessons. There's so many lessons. I served recently as hall chairman on the guild, and I learned there that what really matters, and it champions my manifesto now, that what really matters is how we are able to connect with people. Take the logo of JUTS you have away from your head, and what's really there is people. And I understand that our mission in life and our goal in life is to grow and improve as persons, and also to connect with each other. I think when persons are connected, and this is factually true, that when persons are connected, and I say it over and over, and I stress it for the 2 years, that when we are connected, we work better. Studies show 70% of workforce feel better motivated when they associate a positive emotion with the organization that they're working for. So that's something that I've learned. That's something I learned that needs to be treated and handled with care. So that was perhaps one of my weaknesses in my previous days, but something I'm now seeking to build upon and to make my strength. Did you ask about a personal weakness though? Because I have some I could share. I'm very terrible at making, PR content and videos, so I guess I'll try to improve that as I go on. But that's one personal weakness I have, and the other thing I'd say, is a strength.
All right, no problem. I know I said last question, but I think from you answering this question, I have one last question. Tiffany, I promise.
That's fine.
My final question. In a lot of your responses, you mention people management and people skills and the importance that is. I'm not an expert in the area, but from experience, I can say that it's truly important. But based on how you're answering the questions, and you always go back to people management, and I feel as though just based on some of the even core constitutional requirements and duties of the secretariat, is there a possibility that for the most part of your tenure will be focused on ensuring that there's harmony amongst the team, and how will that translate into actually doing what needs to be done in the role of general secretary and the secretariat generally?
So yeah, you're correct. A lot of my foundation is based on people management. I think that it's key. I think that it's critical. But how it will go back to work, as I said in my speech, let's imagine our quarterly retreats as what I'd love to propose. Quarterly retreats where we want, go to, I said case before, but let's say we go to a UTech Western to learn what, and that's already one of our goals fulfilled as we're trying to visit. We go there and we spend a weekend there. We retreat, we do our work, we look back on the quarter to say, how was this? What can we improve on? And then we have some little bonding session where we perhaps learn what they do by UTech Western. We meet with the council. That type of thing promotes bonding and team unity, but also there must be discipline. Because it's not just feel good harmony, and then we're not doing any work. There must be discipline, and I think I'm very good with that because I'm also a man of action. I'm also someone who likes to ensure that the agenda is followed through on, and I'm someone who likes to ensure that delivery is focused on. So I guess those would be my main two pillars as supported with my secretariat. But thank you, that's an excellent question.
Of course, all the very best to you, Sir Minto, and your
Thank you.
endeavors.
Thank you, President Cook.
Thank you so much for the questions, Deshaun. Dimitri, do you have any questions?
Not a lot, but I'll just say something.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me introduce myself, Dr. Dimitri McGregor. I was the president of JUTS 2017 to 2019. A matter of fact, well, point of information, I was, on the call hearing of the Constitution and its antiquated ways. But if I remember properly, the last time the JUTS Constitution was amended and ratified, it was around 2017
2017.
within my tenure, right? And the end of this tenure now would be 2027, which would be about 10 years that the Constitution hasn't been, and I know that it comes with its difficulties because to get a AGM with the right quorum and everything, it's not easy. But I think that there's a lot that could be added to the Constitution. So that's just my information. But as regards to my question to you, I noticed that, you laud people management skills and you talk about people management. What I note is that the role of the General Secretary is one in which you want to assist the organization in building relationships, right? Because relationships is what is going to really put JUTS where it needs to be, the platforms in which it needs to be. So my question to you is, within your first 50 days in office, if you were to make courtesy call to 5 key stakeholders, right? So you're going to make a courtesy call letter to have a sit down with 5 key stakeholders externally to JUTS. Who would you write those letters to and why?
Very good. It's very important to note that one, I won't act without the
The
consent of
president,
the
I understand.
executive.
I understand, but I just still answer for you.
Right. So who I try to reach out to, number one, the Ministry of Education, to which we are connected with. I'd love to have a sit down with them to see, where we are. I'd love to also meet with the prominent guilds, the UE Mona, the UTEC Students Union, who I believe would have been champions over the last 2 years of advocacy and also touching on national topics. I would try to advocate for that. I would try to reach out to them. I also believe reaching out to 2 smaller institutions, such as I've only learned since running on JUTS about the Ames institution. Still don't understand. I won't attempt to get all the words correct there, but I'd love to meet them. And again, I'm missing 2, but I think what I'll say is that other stakeholders I try to meet would be an associate member. I asked a question recently about our associate membership and who is in it and how active they are. I unfortunately didn't get a response, but I try to also include our associate members because, as I said in my speech, it's very important when everyone is at the table. So those would be my picks for stakeholder courtesy calls.
Members of the organization already, and not really persons that would need a courtesy call. You could just send an email to these organizations and say you want to meet with them. And while it will aid in the structure of the organization, I don't see how this will put you on a better platform. So things that I would want you to say is, well, you want to maybe meet with the Ministry of Finance to see whether or not JUTS can get some, subvention, or if it's possible, you want to meet with other agencies like JTech that deals with the Education Commission you want to meet with. So there's various stakeholders that I would like, would have wanted you to mention. But meeting with members is not bad. It will help with the structure. But as I said, I will leave it at that to say just focus on the key stakeholders that I think JUTS definitely need to do, because 2 years might seem like a lot in office, but it's not, right? But that is it for me.
Thank you. I take that point well, but I think I hear what you're saying and I do understand, but I think it'd be grossly disrespectful for us to be elected by presidents, and then the first persons we run off to would be to meet with other stakeholders. And I do acknowledge their importance, but I remain steadfast in the idea unless new information come that we must first, as an advocacy unit, meet with the grassroots persons or the persons on the ground to who we are advocating for. But I do think there will be space. You said 2 years isn't a lot, and I appreciate and I respect that, and I'll take that into consideration. But I remain steadfast in the idea that I'd love to meet with our local guilds, unions, and councils first, and then we shape our agenda from there, and we could meet with external organization. But thank you. Very good question nonetheless.
All right, no problem. Let me just, while I remain steadfast in that, let me just say this. I was not omitting meeting with the guilds. I did not say that at any point. What I said was within the first 50 days, what external stakeholders that you will reach out to. Not saying that you're going to ignore everybody else. I did not say that at any point, right? And I'm also thinking that I'm not telling you to omit talking to the executive, or you can't just write a courtesy letter to everybody there. So I'm not saying that either. I just wanted to see where your mind was in terms of the key stakeholders that you think were important, not to ignore the member organizations. So I just want to make that very clear. All right, no problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
So that is it for me. Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dimitri. Thank you again, Dante, for putting up yourself a candidacy for General Secretary, and all the best. Now we move right along to Deputy Director of Finance, and we will be having our candidate, Shanika Christie. Please unmute, Shanika. We're not hearing you.
Sorry about that. Are you guys hearing me now? Hello?
We're hearing you now.
All right, awesome. So good evening again, members of the executive, fellow candidates. And most importantly, I want to see the heartbeat of the union here, which should be the students that we will be serving. I am Shanika Christie, and I am running for Deputy Director of Finance. And I'm not just here to hold a post on the union. I'm here to help build progress, help to protect the funds that we have here, and to continue to push student leadership to a national level. As it relates to my leadership journey, it didn't just start here. It's been years in the making, from serving as deputy head girl at St. High School, to president for several clubs, to representing on a national stage at the historic all-women parliamentary sitting, and to just also answering the call to leadership whenever I am called. I have led with heart. I've led with a heart of discipline and a deep sense of purpose. I'm not just here for the attention, but also to be steady in action in how we serve on this union. I believe in servant leadership, which is quite consistent and doing what is right when no one is watching. That is the kind of character I bring to every space that I am in, which is I'm committed, composed, and also driven by integrity. Now, why would you consider me a right fit for this position? I am currently a student pursuing a Bachelor of Science in Accounting and Economics. I bring both academic knowledge and field experience to the table. I understand the knowledge of budget, audit, sponsorship proposal, and compliance, not just from the textbook perspective, but also from actively working with organizations in the past. Now, I believe that this background will not only enable me to manage my finances effectively, but to also help to make smart decisions, data-informed financial decisions, and just decisions that will help to promote sustainable growth within the Union of Tertiary Students. Now, I believe leadership is best proven through action, and I have a track record of impact to support vision over the years. In 2021, I would have spearheaded a COVID-19 charity drive where I secured over 60 care packages filled with food items and cleaning essentials that were distributed to struggling families. And I was also a part of Feeding the Homeless initiative with the Jamaica Prefect Association Region 6, in this region of Spanish Town and Portmore, where we provided hot meals to over 120 individuals. Now, these projects that I would have done were not just done on goodwill, but my main sponsor at the time was Grace Kennedy, and I was also backed by the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, and also the Central Constituency Office. Now, these partnerships is proof that I'm not only here to build relationships, but also to turn them into results that will uplift our students and society with my team that I'll be working with. As the Deputy Treasurer, I don't just want to manage funds, but I also want to create opportunities that reflect the economic realities that we face here as students. Opportunities that will speak to empowerment, innovation, and also sustainability beyond the tertiary level. I plan to launch flagship programs such as Finance for the Future. I would see this as a financial literacy seminar where we can see possible partnerships with institutions like NCB, JMMB, or Sagicor. And this program will focus on teaching students the basic of budgeting, saving, and investment, and just basically how to take control of their financial futures, skills that we often miss from the traditional education, but they're critical for Jamaican economy. I also have the JUTS hustle markets, where I aim to have a monthly student pop-up business expo where young entrepreneurs can sell their products and services, and to also see how the local credit unions that provide startup can provide mentorship and startup support to them as well. I also plan to introduce the JUTS Student Support Grant Sponsorship Powered Microgrant to assist financially vulnerable students. I aim to secure backing from organizations in the private and public sector, and as well as the Ministry of Education and Youth, aiming to provide this release hopefully on a semester basis. Now, I see JUTS not only as a campus movement, but as a national force, a body that can influence policy, shape dialogue, and advocate for youth across Jamaica. We're not just student leaders, but we are the next generation of the public servants, entrepreneurs, and advocates, and the nation builders of Jamaica. Serving in JUTS means carrying the responsibility to bridging the gap between student voices and national decision-making, whether it's through financial literacy, educational access, or even just social justice. I believe that JUTS should be at the forefront of the youth-led transformation in Jamaica. And as the Deputy Treasurer, I am ready to support the mission through strategic partnerships, transparent leadership, and impactful programs that will serve the students today and empower the nation tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shanika, for your speech, and thank you for applying for the role. Now we're opening the floor to questions at this time. If there are no questions, I'm opening the floor to questions from the panelists.
Right. Of course. Thanks again, Stephanie. Presidents, I make one final call or appeal to you. We've gone past contested and uncontested positions. There have been no questions at all from our presidents. You guys are the backbone of the organization. I want you to understand how powerful you are. If you decide you don't want any of these people, JUTS have to go wheel and come again and open up nominations. I'm asking you, these are going to be the persons representing you. And you're not even making a decision for yourself. You're making a decision on behalf of the 30 plus institutions for the next 2 years. Whether it be favoring them or not, ask your questions is really crucial. Nonetheless, I think I missed the name. I think it was Shanika, right? All right,
Yes.
Shanika, what institution are you coming from?
The University of the West Indies of Mona.
University of the West Indies, Mona. All right, and you're familiar with the JUTS Constitution, correct?
Not to extent, but yes, to the roles and the responsibilities to some extent.
All right, so your roles and responsibilities. There are potentially two key roles and responsibilities of the Deputy Director of Finance. You're aware of those two things? I think they're probably like the first and third or second and third, but it's in the top 3 points under the roles and responsibilities. Are you aware of those two?
As it relates to forming sponsorship committee and also assuming the role of the treasurer in the event that the treasurer is not able to
I mean,
assume
you're
the
on the right track. Yeah, you're on the right track. So it's sponsorship and it's fundraising. I would have heard from you passionately speaking about, opportunities that you've had before to take on some of those roles. As it relates to JUTS, is there anything specific that you would per se want to explore as opportunities for sponsorship? I think I heard one, and it was one of the initiatives where I wanted to partner with, I think, SAGIC or NCB, etc. Are you able to think of any other opportunities for getting like sponsors or fundraising for the organization? One thing I can tell you, just need money. So you're going to be really crucial.
All right, so I would say the main area that I'm focused on is getting sponsorship. I know that when you're working in an organization, whether you believe it or not, money drives a lot of things, right? And I've worked in the government before. I worked in government for over 3 years and with some particular organization, and I've seen where organizations get money. And I smiled when Dimitri mentioned getting a courtesy call with the Ministry of Finance, because I smiled and I realized that I've been with an organization, I won't call it a name, for 3 years, and I've seen how much money they send back from subvention to go back into the consolidated funds. And I keep saying to myself, why can't they invest this into education? Right? And I've seen where a lot of different organizations, they will pump money into that organization that I was a part of, to do flagship programs, and nonetheless, these money still had to be returned. We struggled. I worked in the accounts department. Let me just say that we struggled to find invoices and payments to send to organizations to prove to them that, hey, we are using the money. And most times we don't reach that quota and we have to send back that money. And I always say to myself, why can't they pump this into education? Because I myself, I depend on scholarships from the Ministry of Education and other various organizations to support myself through school. And I'm saying, if these monies are going back and they're not being used in different areas, why can't the government allocate them to other areas that actually needs the investment? Because we need to invest in our youth of Jamaica. We need to invest in the tertiary education.
Of course. So what I'm getting from this, in all that you said, is that if you vote for Shanika, you're voting for getting all of those monies given to students to get scholarship and fund JUTS projects, eh?
Yes.
All right.
We're working on it.
Remember you're live, Remember you're live on YouTube. You can't go
And
back on your
that's
word now.
okay. And
All
that's
right.
okay.
All right, love that. Are you familiar with JUTS's link up event?
No, I'm not.
No. Okay. All right. I think that was one of the options that we kind of explored for fundraising last time. We started off, on the free side, and then we tried to see how best that would go as a fundraiser. I think getting acquainted with that initiative to see where is it that what was done well, what wasn't done so well, and you can go
Yes.
back to the drawing board. I think that's a good place to start. Dimitri, I realize that your microphone was unmuted, so you can chime in at any point if you want to. Dr.
No,
Matika.
I was just saying that I heard that she was getting all those sponsorship from the ministries. So I was just making sure I was just confirming.
Right, because I heard a whole lot of sponsorship, and I started smiling because let me tell you, the organization has a lot of potential, but if we don't have, and I probably don't want to even use the word capital, but we don't have the money coming in, a lot of these things will not get done. So I'm happy that we have Miss Christie here, who is going to be getting all of the sponsorship from outside to fund JUTS events. I think one thing I want to ask you in terms of your initiatives that you've put forward, um, what is that one initiative that you'd like to see being done? If you were supposed to measure up your first 50 days, I'll steal Dimitri's a part of his question. Your first 50 days in office, what does that look like in your portfolio?
My first 50 days in office will, for one, is to see where we're at financially, see the books, see what we have on hand. I don't like that phase, but to see what we have on hand first, then move into establishing committees that will be better able to carry out the fundraising activities when we bring them up, and also sponsorship committees that can help with reaching out to different organizations. And to also start reaching out, to start seeing what plans we have as a body for the executive year, and then to budget for that, to see the funds that we will need, and then start reaching out to the different organizations.
All right, absolutely. Thank you so much, Tanika. And I actually look forward to speaking to you during that transition process, and also the director of finance. Dimitri, if you have any questions.
Yes, and again, I'll say that not going to ask anything too tough. My thing is, I while I understand the role of the deputy finance, and I understand the parameters in which you work, one of the important or the most pressing issues that I see, and we need to remember that JUTS are elected by the member institutions. Our goal for JUTS is to advocate for all tertiary institutions. We stand against injustice made by against these institutions, and we don't, sit around and allow any institution to be disenfranchised in any way. As in regards to financial, stability of the various institutions, we find that some of the institutions like maybe UE and UTech and some of these institutions have a set way in which they get funding from the university, either through dues or whatsoever. And the money is now used by the institution to ensure that students have a quality of life at the university. There are institutions, however, who are not that financially stable. Some of the cases, the university or the teachers' colleges or the community college have funding that are for them and are not giving it to them, or there's no official channel for these institutions to get money to properly represent their students. How would you aid in that aspect? How would you aid in ensuring that, what would you do to help these institutions who are saying to JUTS, we're here. Our institutions they have funding. We are not getting any funding. We are not able to do our work because we have no funding. What can you do, JUTS, to help us?
Thank you for that. So I would propose having a funding separate for universities who, again, probably not like UA, who have the funding to assist them in times when we can. Chances are it might not be all the time, it might not be every time, but to see how best we can assist them financially. And that's where, that's where it's getting the sponsorship and getting to ensure that the money is in JUTS to help them as well. Also, as it relates to advocating on their behalf, finding the channels where money is there for them and see how best we can negotiate in having those monies turned over to them or to help assist them in the projects that they want to execute.
Yeah, forgive me. I was trying to unmute the mic. So having a funding, Miss Christie, I know that you see, I see your plans, but as regards to having the money, JUTS can't be saying that they want to fund these institutions. And I like your idea and I hope it works. But the biggest arsenal or tool that JUTS have is advocacy. There's power in numbers, right? So I do understand and I appreciate your response as regards to, providing some level of support for these institutions to see how best they can get the funding, and that is, I think, the best way, right? A lot of these institutions, some of the times, JUTS can give them a strongly worded email. Remember, JUTS letters normally have the stamp of the ministry on it, right? You can also provide your physical presence, going to that school, sitting down, talking to the member, to the university to say, or the school, the community college to say, listen, what can be done, helping them to protest. As I said, JUTS should be doing more of these things. JUTS should be advocating for the disenfranchised. That is what our main aim is. It is the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students. So I do appreciate your answer, however, but I was just adding a little information. But that is it for me.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. McGregor. Now we'll have a question from Ms. McLaughlin, and then we'll move on to our Director of Finance candidate.
All right, good evening, Ms. Shanika, how are you?
Good evening, I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. So we're talking money business now. So let me just start off. JUTS has no money. JUTS kitty empty. JUTS don't even have a kitty. So your work is cut out for you. Let us start there. No, I hear it, but to be honest, I would have missed some of because I was multitasking, but I would have heard you having some plans about partnership and stakeholder this and stakeholder that. How do you plan as it relates to accountability and transparency and the money handling? Because that's a critical issue that is very fickle. What are your strategies? There's no account for JUTS or none that I'm aware of, to be honest with you. Mr. Cook, correct me, they just have an account?
They have an account, but challenges, very grave challenges with the account.
Okay. So, Ms. Shanika, how you plan now to handle any financial misappropriation or discrepancies? So it's a committee, I presume you'd establish. Persons are having their fundraisers. A member may come up with a fundraising strategy in a different part of the world, part of the country rather. What strategies do you have to ensure that funds that are raised in the name of JUTS are accounted for? And to deal with any misappropriation, that sort of thing. And as you'd have heard Mr. Cook said, there are challenges with the account. Do you have any financial background with the financial institutions, the strategies to open an account, to revive an account? These are the things these are critical things that we need to get activated to resuscitate whatever account there is for JUTS so that it can be functional and to help with the whole accountability and transparency process as it relates to money. And as Dr. Dimitri would have mentioned, JUTS is a subsidiary, for want of a better word, of the Ministry of Education. And so their implications for the ministry if there's any misappropriation of funds. And so we have to safeguard the ministry's reputation. So this is not a role to be taken for granted. So my
Right.
question to you, what strategies, mechanisms do you have in mind to put in place to regulate funds coming in and out of the council and to handle any misappropriation and any discrepancies as it relates to money management?
All right, so the first thing, as it relates to bank accounts, we'd have to get that bank account up and running if it's not, one, and then two, we'd have to assign signatories to the bank account that will have to sign off before any funds is pulled from the account. Also, I do plan to
Can't
implement.
see your face too good, Miss Shanika. Come on,
Hold
know
on.
your face from now.
Also,
Thank you.
are you seeing me? Cool. Also, I do plan to implement a request for expenditure system that will have to be submitted to the treasurer myself and also be signed off by the president. And it also has to have the justification, the reason why the funds is being requested. So I think that, along with monthly reports, can be put in place to ensure that there's transparency and accountability, and basically just a clear, concise way on how the funds were allocated for, the amount of funds that we receive, and also the amount of funds that we spend from the union.
Okay, do you have technical expertise as it relates to project planning, concept note preparation, that sort of thing? Because as I said, JUTS don't have any money. There's $0. And so you're starting from nil. So you have to hit the ground running, start your project, your grant proposal writing, etc. So solicit. You have such skills?
Yes.
Okay, all right. That's it for me. Thank you, all the best.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you once again. And point to note, I think you can refer to the Constitution, Ms. Christie, as I believe there are some provisions made the financial aspect of the institution. Yourself and Ms. Smith. So now we move right along with the
I see the
direct.
hand, Sifani. I'm not sure if you're not seeing it, but there's a hand from a president.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay, you can go ahead, Ronaldo.
That's all right, thank you. First, let me apologize. I think I logged on. It's a tad bit late, but nonetheless, I'm loving the financial discussions. But my question here, and I'm hoping I'm posing it to the right person, is acknowledging that regional coordinators are strategically placed throughout the island, we still recognize that past challenges re-transportation have arisen, particularly, and particularly when the full complement of the Jamaica Union of Tertiary students team might be required, be it at let's say at any institution. We're having a major event and we would like the team to be there. Do you have a structured plan or a proposal or an idea, just something that we can possibly entertain to address the transportation needs? Let's say, for instance, we need a coaster bus from Kingston to bring the team down here, but we don't have any money. Do you have any ideas or any plans that you will be using to ensure that there is financial availability that can help the team to travel throughout the island, or make it to the different important events to foster proper representation when needed?
All right, thank you for that. So I wouldn't have had any proper plan in place, but however, hearing your concerns, a few things popped up in my head where, one, we could seek partnership. If it is that we're speaking to a large group of persons to be transported, we could seek sponsorship. We could seek partnership. With JUTC. We could also seek sponsorship or partnerships with taxi companies that can provide taxi vouchers to us. As it relates to having the funds for transportation, we will have to build on that funds. But then if you build partnership with taxi companies, and I'm not saying that we will put ourselves in any debt, but we could build that partnership with them where we'll be able to get taxi vouchers. We might not be able to pay at this given moment, but we can issue those taxi vouchers and probably pay them on a monthly basis if we build up any credit in that time.
Okay, thank you for that question and that answer. I hope you're satisfied with that answer, Ronaldo.
I am. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Now we move along to our next candidate, Yolanda Smith, and she's the candidate vying for Director of Finance.
Good evening, presidents, vice presidents, fellow students, delegates, and the members of the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students. Before I make my introduction, I just wanted to address Mr. Ronaldo's question in regards to transportation. I feel like networking does a lot. And if it was a case where we needed to go to another parish and we had a lot of persons that needed to be transported, I'm sure I can partner with somebody, some bus operator, for a small price so that we can get transportation to head down to any parish that needs necessary. So let me just jump into my introduction. My name is Yolanda Smith, a proud student of the University of the West Indies, Mona, and I'm vying for the position of Director of Finance. Now, I'm not here to make big talks with no delivery. I'm here to put the money where my mouth is. Not dirty. As a university student facing the same financial struggles as many of you, from tuition hikes to limited access to funding, I understand the vital role of transparency, strategic planning, and accountability to financial leadership in the heart of JUTS. I want to share something personal. For context, I'm a 23-year-old past student of the Immaculate Conception High School. After high school, I went straight into university. And at that time, I was very young, very reserved, and very financially burdened at 19. So at 19, I was in debt. In this academic period, I was very focused, excelling, and preparing for my final exams in December. You can just imagine the toll it took on me when I was told that I was unable to sit my Accounts 1005 examination due to financial constraints. After battling for 2 years to complete my degree, I finally made the decision to withdraw from university so I could enroll and get my money up. Now I'm here, determined and ready to overcome all adversities. A lot of Jamaican population believes that university is for the rich. However, this should not be the case. The average Jamaican finds it very difficult to find tuition, housing, or travel expenses while maintaining the basic needs at home. There is a lot of students and parents of students that are unable to find food after paying the tuition expenses. This phenomenon is truly disheartening. For these reasons, I am committed to building a culture of financial transparency, trust, and accountability. I believe that every student has the right to know how their union funds are being managed and where every dollar is going. I intend on implementing scholarships for most, if not all, universities, focusing on the smaller universities by partnering with the Ministry of Labor and Social Work, Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Finance to make this possible. I intend to work with the General Secretary, Mr. Minto, to fund activities that are planned to maintain and achieve good communication within the organization that he would like to execute so that it can be done efficiently. What we eat is an important part of our students' learning and development. As the Director of Finance, through fundraising, I would create projects like food drives to facilitate students that are in need across all universities. I intend to boost fundraising events across the institutions, create inclusive events so that every tertiary school can take part, socialize, and benefit from these events. As a student myself, I know that managing money in university can be very overwhelming. From balancing tuition, books, rent, and sometimes even supporting our families. That is why when I am elected as the treasurer for the JUTS, I will launch the Student Financial Literacy Program designed to educate, empower, and elevate every student's financial journey. Vote Yolanda for JUTS president. Ooh, treasurer, my apologies, for leadership that empowers through knowledge and action. Thank you. I'm finished. I'm sorry. Did I not say that? I said thank you.
Tiffany, if you're speaking, you're muted, so we're not hearing you.
Oh,
All right, I guess we can start with the questions until Tiffany comes in. I'm not the moderator, guys, but we'll use the same format she uses and open the floor to the presidents first.
Awesome. Well, let me see if I can pose my question. It's a very short question. Now I'm advocating more so for the regional campuses. Reason being, sometimes sometimes we might somewhat feel forgotten. Now, my question to you is how will you plan on tackling or interacting with the regional campuses with your financial literacy ideas? How will we be able to interact with the information that you are providing throughout?
well, definitely seeing that it's 2025, majority of us do use the internet, social media, and stuff like that. But I'm very hands-on. I like to be in person. I really hate online learning. Another thing about me is that I went to a small school in the rural area, and I feel like because we're in the rural area, we're not paying attention to as much. I feel like once we're able to travel to the schools, even though it might be expensive, so it wouldn't be a all the time thing. It would be probably once in a while, every 3 months or so, depending on the budget. We would take a trip to probably like St. James and the surrounding tertiary schools could meet up at probably the Montego Bay Convention Center. We could have a brief meeting to educate, to have face-to-face and interactive sessions. Once we can tick off Montego Bay, St. James, we can probably head down to the agricultural school, which is in St. Thomas? Where in agriculture? The agricultural school, my knowledge. Yeah, so like I said, I'm not going to expect it to be probably like Portland. Thank you so much for that. The agricultural school in Portland. I don't expect it to be at every month or every day because we're students, we're busy. So probably at 3 months we can sit down and scrutinize our plan so that we can visit the surrounding schools in the different areas so that we can come together and really get to know each other, get to know the guild, get to talk to them, to let them know that the JUTS team is not only focused on the persons in the Kingston area, but all across the board, all across the island.
I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a comment, if I may. Ms. Yolanda, commendations for your nomination to the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students to serve the capacity as financial director. Just commenting on your response a while ago with the school tour, the tertiary tour, and your proposal of the Montego Bay Convention Center. I just want to suggest that when you're doing this tertiary tour, that you keep it within the tertiary institutions that are located in the specific region that you're going to, because these places will attract a cost. The Montego Bay Convention Center is not free and it's very pricey. So keep it within the schools that are in the regions that you're visiting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. All right, Yolanda. I think I heard you say about Yolanda for president. I was wondering if you were speaking at the wrong time. So maybe Kelly and Dominic have some competition that we weren't aware of. But thank you so much for putting yourself forward for presentation. I think it's always a move that I applaud. We don't have a lot of people yearning and still striving to become student leaders in this day and age for whatever reason. So when you have persons who willingly put themselves forward, that is something I commend all the time. My first question, are you familiar with the Education Act of 1980? All right, no problem. But that speaks to having representation from students on board. So when you think of all these different institutions that we have, that act gives them the opportunity for them to be represented at their local level, right? So a question was asked earlier, and when we're looking at it and think about the question from an advocacy standpoint, when you're thinking of these institutions that during my time we had institutions that were saying that Prezi, we were told that we have X amount, but the institution not signing off on this project and we can't get anything done. So you have institutions, the money is said to be there, but oftentimes they cannot get access to those funding. What would you do as director of finance to assist those institutions to getting access to their monies?
Well, what I'm familiar with is writing a petition. So firstly, as a board, I would, with the support of my team members, we would probably write a letter to the institution. If that doesn't work, we then channel it up the ladder. I wouldn't go as far as going straight to the Ministry of Education, because that's probably the last thing what we do. But advocating is speaking up for the school. So as soon as we get familiar with the grapevine that we're supposed to go up, but the first thing that I would definitely do is write a letter to the school and let them know that this is definitely needed, as the students are in need of the whatever reason they need the money for, so that they can.
All right, you're still speaking?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. So I suppose you're in the right frame of mind in terms of how you'd go about getting things done, going up the ladder, etc. All right. So that's question one out of the way. Let's think about now. And one thing, I've been listening to your responses, and a lot of the plans, they're ambitious, right? And I'm not gonna break your stride, I'm not gonna break your soul at this point in time. But Ms. McCloughin said JUTS is operating on a zero budget as it is right now. For almost all initiatives, of course, outside of when we try to do fundraising, it has to be through the ministry, who frankly cannot fund everything that we need to do. What is your plan regarding that? Is it, what is it that you're looking to do to bring differently to JUTS to ensure that we're able to carry out a lot of these initiatives that we have? And the president asked a very valid question earlier. Oftentimes we as an organization, we are supposed to be represented in different spaces, and something as simple as transportation hinders that participation. So talk to me as Director of Finance. What is it that you're going to do to ensure that JUTS shows up?
So, well, as I just saw, my deputy seems like she has a lot of experience in the sponsorship world. Thank you for that. I feel like sponsorship is definitely one of the things that I look into. I reaching out to different organizations, not just the ministry, but we have a lot of other places that would like to help. We have a lot of, well, not small businesses, but we have a lot of businesses that would like to help students. We have a lot of businesses that would like to help students, but does not see the opportunity. With our communication team, we can put out posters, put out banners, put out messages to let them know that we're seeking help. We're not begging, but we are seeking sponsorship, and whoever does volunteer, then sure. But at the same time, not just the persons who are volunteering, but we're obviously doing it for a worthy cause. And I don't feel like places like Sagicor, Grace, other places would be more than happy to finance or once we ask. So we wouldn't have to ask for probably like different places. Once we have an idea of who we're asking, we're not going to ask probably a small business for $1 million. Well, you know, each institution that we think about, we have a list of places that we think would be beneficial to us, and we just send out our letters. If we don't get a response through letters, we try to go and we speak with whoever is in charge. We propose why we need it, and I feel like they'll be more than welcoming to our cause. So it's all optimism, like you said. Thank you for not breaking it. It's all optimism. But I really do love fundraising. So I'm really up for fundraising. I know that we can't fundraise for 2 years consistently and just think that we're going to get the money. So I am going to pray and hope that asking for sponsorship will definitely add to whatever we're not getting through fundraising.
Right. You're running for the Director of Finance. Did you speak to anybody who has acted in the role before?
I had messaged the previous director. I haven't gotten much information. I think he's busy, but we had some conversation.
All right then. All right. So I won't again break your optimism because you didn't have a conversation with him. Your deputy, you'd have mentioned just now, as she would have said, with the expertise or that of sponsorship. Do you think you are bringing to that portfolio that you're taking on now?
Well, other than the fact that I'm accounting, I have experience with banking. I've worked in the banking sector before. I worked at Victoria Mutual for a year. Not going to stop. There's other than that, I'm a very person, but I'm a people person, and I really do feel like with the approach that I take on with life, I feel like it will be genuinely beneficial to. So we have a plan, and I am a very determined person to execute each and every plan. I am very goal oriented. I feel like once I know that this is the plan, once we have a clear and concise plan, I know that this is what we have to do. Even with the buses, so I don't feel like something as small as a bus transportation should hinder us from going to meet with some like schools in Portland. I feel like being in Portland, people always feel like the Kingston schools are getting more attention. And if we have a plan to go to Portland, I don't feel like something as small as a transportation should hinder us. I feel like I'm very driven. And as I stated before, I have past experiences that has gotten me down. And me being here right now is just a testimony that with positivity and with drive, it will take you to many places, even if there are obstacles.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Yolanda. And as I said to your deputy, I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys as you continue to seek out and get more information about the portfolios that you're taking on. All the very best in your bid to become the next director of finance. And I definitely look forward to hearing from you in a month or so. Dimitri?
Yes, yes, yes. Hi, Yolanda. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes. I see that you like what you do. Is that the case?
I do. I'm a very passionate. I'm very, very passionate.
All right, no problem. I noticed that you and Sir Cook was talking about sponsorship to some extent, right?
Yes.
I don't want to dwell on it, and as I said, I try to just ask one question and move. If there's any addendum to the question, then I'll add that, but just one. My question to you right now is, what element do you feel, or what do you believe would make an organization or a company that is giving out sponsorship give an organization like JUTS that encompass all institutions say, oh, we don't have any money, or we only have like $10,000, but gives UE and UTech like 30 million or $40 million for the year. What do you think would cause that?
Could you repeat the question, please?
So if JUTS, UTech, UE applies for sponsorship, what do you think would make them give UE and UTech more money than JUTS?
I feel like it's more of probably confidence. Probably they're not confident in the JUTS. Probably they're not aware of what we do and what we do stand for. And
True.
once we
Why
build,
would you think that? Why do you think that is the case?
so most organization would have some student would have somebody graduating from the University of Technology or the University of West Indies, right? I feel like they would be, it's like alumni. So, oh, I went to UE, so I'm okay. I'm more confident in giving money to UE than to giving it to another organization. That's what
Okay,
right?
while there's some element of that, the biggest shoe to that, which can actually equal the whole playing field, is branding. Branding. I really and truly think that JUTS at this moment in time need some rebranding. When
Dimitri,
you
hold
and
on.
you, yes,
I think she fell off the call of the
Hello?
Zoom. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think you can still go ahead and she just refers the video or you're talking directly to her.
I'm not really talking, but I'm just saying in general, for even the deputy finance that is here, I really and truly believe that you want to make sure that when JUTS walk in for a negotiation for sponsorship, that there is a background of work, there is proven track record, and there is evidence of the presence of JUTS in the public space, right? One of the things that can fast track that, because I'm telling you, the relationship between whoever is going to run for president, a president should always bring connections to JUTS. If you're running for president, when I was president at JUTS, Rare Nephew gave us millions of dollars. Why? It's not because JUTS was at the time getting sponsorship from Rare Nephew, but because of the quality of the relationship that the organization that I had with the organization. So the presidents can fast track that branding as regards to the organization. But what I was saying to her mainly is that there needs to be some level of rebranding of JUTS. And if it is that, I know that it's not within her portfolio, but if it is preventing her from doing her job, like getting sponsorship, like getting money in, I was just asking her what can she do to ensure that, to help fast track the rebranding process of JUTS as the Director of Finance. But in the interest of time, when the presidents do speak, I'll continue that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I think maybe she lost connection, but I'll ask her to at least rewatch her part of the debate, and also when you're going to speak on finance, if she's not back on by the time you're at the presidential candidates. Now we will be moving on to the second VP portfolio, where we have two candidates, Malik Harris and Nicholas Lindo. So first we'll have Malik Harris, then Nicholas Lindo, followed by the question and answer segment.
Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. So my name is Malik Harris. I am a student at the University of the West Indies, a second-year international relations student, and I am currently the Undersecretary for Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, vying for the role of second Vice President of Local and International Affairs. So if you are just seeing my face, if you are just hearing my voice, the name, allow me to tell you a bit about myself and my journey through leadership. So it would have started back in my days at St. George's College. Through the St. George's College Key Club, I would have been introduced to service, voluntary hours. I would have been introduced to giving back to my home, school, and community, despite everything that I face as challenges. So through my accolades, would have, hold on. Apologies. So my journey would have started back in my days at the St. George's College Key Club. So through my accolades at the St. George's College Key Club, I would have started off as a regular club member, climbed up the ranks, eventually became the treasurer of this club, eventually
Yeah, man, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
take
man.
your time.
Take your time, man. That's okay. Him gone? What's happening? Him gone?
Okay, we're going to reach out with him shortly. In the interim, we'll be having the presidential candidates. So our candidates vying for president are Mr. Dominic Nash and Miss Kelly D. Bailey. So we'll be going with Kelly D first.
Good night, everyone. Please let me know if you're hearing me.
Hearing and seeing you.
All right, perfect. So, the role of a president is demanding, unpredictable, and dynamic. An individual elected for servant leadership, where we lead with service. But with service comes an intricate ingredient to form efficiency, and that is grace. Students, guilds, unions, and institutions, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists, who are tuned in tonight, good evening. I am Kelly D. Bailey, and I am before you as your ideal candidate for president of the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students. Someone who understands what it means to lead with heart, serve with purpose, and act with grace. Student leaders, this is not my campaign. It is my mission. My mission to awaken, rebuild, and reintroduce JUTS to the students it is meant to serve. Tonight, I want to take it to you on that mission. I want to take you on that mission with me on our journey of grace. But before I tell you where we're going, let me tell you where I've been. I am a proud distinction graduate of the Manchester High School, where I served as a student prefect, a graduate of the UWI St. Augustine campus, where I graduated with a bachelor's in international business and honors, and a current student at the University of West Indies, Mona, where I have served as president advisor on the UWI Mona Guild. Beyond UWI, I served as youth parliamentarian in the 2020 to 2022 cohort. I also served as youth diplomat to the Change the World Model United Nations, both 2023 and 2025. I am a proud member of the Caribbean Women in Leadership Jamaica chapter, who held the first all-women parliament in 2023. I'm also a proud deputy projects and special initiatives coordinator in this very organization where I have had the privilege to represent and learn. So, trust me, we're not new to this. So, when I speak about student leadership, I'm not speaking from a place of imagination. I speak from involvement, impact, and intention. So, walk with me. Being involved gives me the opportunity to know that tertiary students are struggling with mental health, tuition increases, lack of housing, and uncertainty about the future, and too often, we are silent. We face delays, poor communication from the Student Loan Bureau. We've seen the work and travel program become a breeding ground for fraud. Fraud isn't the only thing that we've seen. We've seen so many more, which I will get into. We cannot allow this to continue. JUTS must become the giant that has awakened. That's where my leadership comes in. I'm not here to repeat old patterns. I'm here to lead a transformation through a new model, one rooted in grace. Grace, growth, representation, access, clarity, and empowerment. So come with me. Let's take a deeper look. Growth. We're not just students, we are leaders in training. Under my leadership, JUTS will launch the National Student Leadership Academy, a space where students can earn leadership certifications, gain employability skills, and receive access to grant writing and entrepreneurship workshops. I've already started conversations with youth leaders, representatives of ministries, and personal branding coaches to create a 4-week workshop to facilitate student leadership development. JUTS fuels this workshop by identifying the core skills needed for a great student leader and matches the appropriate trainer to facilitate that development within students. Everybody still here with me?
Yeah,
The
we're still here.
academy.
We're here.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are hearing you.
All right. The Academy will seek partnership with Heart NSTA Trust and other public sectors to provide additional free courses and workshops ideal for tertiary students. Yeah, because we're students and we need more logical stuff. We can't keep going to these workshops and we're not getting anything. We're just sitting, we're hardly being engaged, and then we just go home. Sometimes we get to take notes in these workshops, and other times, honestly, too much information is being unloaded to us. So we don't have the time to, I would say, download everything to our brains. But learning is growing, and we must be able to learn outside the typical syllabus. Grow with Bailey, grow with grace. Let's talk R for representation. No student, whether from Michael or Shortwood, NCU or UTEC, Montego Bay, Community College or Knox, should ever feel left out of the conversation. Too often, members of JUTS miss out on actual connection. Yes, we often see UWE, UTEC, CMU, and the big guns, but JUTS decisions cannot happen without meaningful input from all schools, especially small colleges and rural campuses. We must not only hear from them, but see them at the forefront of national student issues, resolutions, and planning. As such, in addition to encouraging active participation in our virtual spaces, JUTS must have a physical general meeting per semester to tackle all tertiary-related issues, concerns, and recommendations. I want to take a step further to say once a year, we have a grand exhibition partnering with our councils and unions so they can showcase and promote their institutions, also in partnership with the Ministry of Education and our national secondary students organizations, such as the Jamaica Prefects Association and the National Secondary Students Council. But don't just come with us. We want to come to you. Our past president, Mr. Deshaun Cook, piloted this initiative by going where it matters. From Bethlehem to Case and to Sam Sharp Teachers College. We go where we are needed. We cannot represent where we don't know. And as such, I'll try my best to ensure that JUTS is present if it's at least at the regional level in Jamaica. Be represented with grace. Be represented by Bailey. Let's look at access. Far too many tertiary students are silently struggling, and it's costing them their future. So access for us must improve. Through JUTS Access Link Digital Hub, we will serve as a feeder for established opportunity hubs across Jamaica. This partnership with these established hubs may not be grand, but it is impactful. We want to ensure that when opportunity knocks for our tertiary students, JUTS is opening the door wide enough for you. I've started. I've already reached out to opportunities for Caribbean youth, and I am awaiting a response. Because that's what presidents do. We're proactive. I would also provide a student work and travel guidebook, which serves as an online compass from JUTS to you. Our tertiary students, you need this because many of you deeply rely on work and travel to fund your education. And far too many of you have fell prey over the last few years to situations such as scamming and even theft. Right. This guidebook would share the recommended work and travel agencies and will allow these companies to do virtual sessions promoting their offers And we would also seek aid from experts to assist with paperwork, visa interviews, and popular housing opportunities. So, for clarity, JUTS must no longer work in the shadows. You must know what is happening, when, where, and how. Hence, the priority of the monthly State of JUTS report, a transparent and student-friendly monthly video update presented by the president summarizing actions taken, budget spent, and progress made. It will be in the form of a video presentation with key updates and highlights published on Instagram, YouTube, and a PDF version available for students who prefer reading. It will include budget outlines, campus visits, and top student submissions. In addition to that, we will launch the Grace Accountability Tracker, a public student accessible link that tracks all JUTS campaign promises, listing what has been done, what's in progress, and what's delayed with full transparency. Students deserve more than promises. They deserve proof. This will be developed in collaboration with IT students across campuses and open source tools. It will be in the form of a color-coded dashboard in the following breakdown: green, completed; yellow, in progress; and red would be pending. And this would be updated every 2 months by the JUTS Secretariat and visible on all our social media platforms. We are building a union that is seen, heard, and accessible. So get clarity with Grace. Get clarity with Bailey. Last but not least, all right, so Stephanie is saying my time is up. And I thank you guys so much for listening. I was going to the final part, but no problem.
Go ahead, Tina, this is the last one.
All right, we're at our final point, which would be E, which symbolizes empowerment. True empowerment is about legacy. It's about building students who lead beyond their institutions. I want my team to be empowered, charged to gracefully dominate in their roles. Under my presidency, JUTS will host its first JUTS AC, the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students Awards ceremony, which would annually celebrate our tertiary students. This will not be just for members of the executive, but also councils and unions that perform exceptionally well each year. This award ceremony will help as well in promoting JUTS as a positive space for our leaders. We also want to be empowered to empower. We want to make JUTS the focal point who speaks on not just specific issues, tertiary students, but national issues. We must be empowered to have a voice everywhere and be an inspiration to tertiary students across Jamaica and the Caribbean. Voice for all, because our voice is powerful. Students, some will come tonight with promises. I come with a blueprint. Some will talk about what they hope to do. I've already started building what you've asked for. This is not politics, this is purpose. You deserve a president who listens. You deserve a union that works. You deserve a future that's not just imagined, but intentionally designed with grace. So when you vote, vote for a young woman who's walked in your shoes, who listens because your voice counts, who builds with you because you are the foundation, and a young woman who leads with grace. Let us restore what JUTS was always meant to be: the bold, unified, and unapologetic voice of Jamaica's tertiary student population. Let's lead with growth, representation, access, clarity, and empowerment. Let's lead with grace. With Bailey. I am Kelly D. Bailey, and I'm ready to serve you as the next president of the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students. Walk with me. Vote with me. Let's build this union together. So on June 30 to July 1st, vote Kelly D. Bailey for your JUTS president. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly D. You may go ahead, Dominic.
Good night, everyone. Are you hearing me clearly? Just checking. Hello.
We're hearing you.
You hear me? Okay, good. So real change doesn't come from the top down. It starts within the kitchen, where the voices are raw, stories are real, and the vision is seasoned with purpose. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, presidents, and fellow students. My name is Dominic Nash, and I'm vying for the president of the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students for the year 2025 to 2027. I am a final year student at the University of Technology Jamaica, and I stand here today not just as a candidate, but as a student who has walked the halls, felt the pressure, and understand the silent frustration so many of our students have faced. Who is Dominic Nash? I am someone who believes that leadership is not just about the position, it's about purpose. And I have served as the regional coordinator for the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, where I was responsible for connecting student engagement across the island within my region, which was Region 2. Additionally, I was acting second vice president for the academic year 2025. And I've also made the logistics of 1 minute. Yes. So I later stepped up as the acting second vice president of the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, where I advocated for and organized the pickup of digital systems for a smooth communications between institutions and their unions. Outside of the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, I've served as Director of Community Service for the Caribbean District of Circle K International, leading several initiatives that spans nation and regional. I'm also a National Youth Parliamentarian, where I also use my voice in the National Youth Parliament of Jamaica to champion technological advancements to help with the voting process to include more voters within the diaspora. And most recently, I was humbled to be named the nominee for the Prime Minister's Youth Award for Excellence, not for what I've said, but for what I've done. In every role, I've listened to students, I've walked with them, I've cried with them, and I've taken their words and turned it into an action. The vision, a taste of change. You may have seen it already, a taste of change. My student-centered cookbook, yes, a cookbook. Because leadership is like cooking that requires the right ingredients, precise timing, and the courage to innovate. This cookbook isn't just about meal. It's about my vision on every page. A vision on 6 letters, 6 principles, and 6 promises to you. Impact. To increase access to education. Many students are locked out of this opportunity, and I will promote SLB flexible policies like the GPA repayment policies and the no guarantor policies. I'll also expand scholarship access to a JUTS scholarship bank with the Caribbean Youth Organization, and I'll also empower first generations and low income students through the work and travel support system. I'll also promote programs for the rural youth economic empowerment and empowerment program that is offered in 1 minute. The youth empowerment rural. So that is the Youth Economic Empowerment Program that is offered under the Ministry of Agriculture, which helps with entrepreneurship in agriculture. This will help students to create jobs, not only look for jobs. To mobilize access for the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students. JUTS must be felt, heard, and seen. I will launch the Do Road school tour across high school and tertiary campuses. I'll have media coverages to spread the awareness of the JUTS. I'll also introduce the JUTS Carnival Band to celebrate culture and connect with students. And I'm also in partnership with regional bodies such as the Trinidad and Tobago Student Union. I would like to also launch a JUTS Met Gala Awards, which will highlight the excellence of youth across the universities. And that will be the guilds, unions, and councils. P, to promote policies and constitutional change. Without strong policies, leadership is powerless. I will lead with policy writing workshops so students can draft meaningful position paper to generalize impactful solutions. I will push for a constitutional reform, especially within areas of student funding, access to administrative transparency. I would like to host a retreat for the JUTS leaders to develop policy-focused strategies and to lead courtesy calls with the ministers with different ministers. A, to activate student voices through dialogue because silence is not consent. I will launch the Mandem Corner in November, a men's forum focused on mental health, purpose, and personal growth. I'll also host the Girls Chit Chat in March for young women to discuss safety, leadership, self-worth, and advocacy. I would like to organize a campus-wide mental health forum to help with real issues that students face with counselors and social workers. Additionally, I'll introduce the representation workshop to ignite passion for leadership and to strike a balance in student leadership. C, to champion cybersecurity and safety. The digital world is our new campus. Let us make it safe. I will roll out the Data Protection Act training. I will launch a student-led workshop on cyberbullying, identity theft, and online safety. I'd like to create a cyber awareness campaign using fun, reliable information such as a game I would like to call a swipe left, where we'll adjust data security in online relations and daily habits. T, to transform life through financial literacy. We are not just here to graduate, we are here to grow. And I will launch a student financial literacy series that will also cover it under the rural youth economic empowerment, which is also under the Ministry of Agriculture and the creative industry. And also like to have a series where we teach students how to start investing in stocks, forex, and cryptocurrency. Finally, I would like students to understand the difference between health, life, and property insurance and to select the best pension plans going forward. My friends, this is not just a campaign, it's a calling. A calling to flip the switch on how student leadership looks, to turn frustration into focus, to go beyond vibes and bring vision. Because just like you, I am a student, and I will never lead in a pace of ego, only empathy. On June 30th and July 1st, put the tick beside Nash. No gimmick, no trick. Vote Dominic Nash. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the presidential candidates. Now, seeing that this is a contested post, I will be asking the candidates to ask one question to each. So we'll start with Kelly D.
Okay, good night again, everyone. Good night, Dominic. So my question to you is, you mentioned the Girls Chit Chat series. The first thing I'd like you to do, I'd like you to expound on that because I don't know if I heard wrong, but there was no form of like supporting relevance or who would conduct this series. You just said where females can talk about safety and all of that, but who will be there with them? Is it something that you are doing? Who will be helping these women or girls, as you put it, to conduct these series, and what's the actual aim of it?
Okay, 1 minute after relocate. 1 minute.
I think in relocating, he fell off the call. So in the meantime, if anyone has a question for Kelly D, you can go ahead.
Pleasant night, everyone. My name is Cameron James. Let me just apologize for not being active. I was chairing another meeting. The meeting has just finished. So I'm sorry about that. But Miss Bailey, I have a question for you. What does success looks like to you in the role you're vying for?
All right, good night, Mr. James. Thank you so much for that question. And if I may answer, so for me, success in my presidential capacity, it's more than just success for me or what I would want. I intend to serve an organization that oversees and facilitates over 23,000 students. Success for JUTS, I can't do a million things at one time. But for me, what success looks like for JUTS, I would aim to focus on at least 1 to 3 things that I know that are achievable. And when I say achievable, we're not just feeling the impact of the good things in Kingston. I may not be able to go to every parish, as I said in my my speech, but I will try to make sure that even if it's a case that at the regional level, our institutions would get some sort of impact. So let's say we get some opportunities in Kingston. I would try to disperse these opportunities as best as I can. And if it's even, let's say 1,000 or 2 or even 3,000 out of the 23, feel something and learn something and is able to be certified or is able to get some sort of opportunity from JUTS, it is coming from, let's say, a very few to thousands. So to me, making sure that the impact is not stationary, but it is widespread as best as I can, to me, that's the definition of what success would look like in my role.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I see another hand from Ronaldo.
Thank you. Question to Miss Bailey. Now, you mentioned in your manifesto that JUTS will host one in-person meeting every semester and also strengthen virtual engagement to ensure every campus is heard and involved. Can you elaborate more on the logistics of hosting in-person meetings, particularly with regards to transportation cost and institutional availability? How do you plan to make in-person meetings more accessible and affordable for all the member institutions as well as for JUTS?
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Forbes, for that question. So how I intend to do that? Everybody cannot come to Kingston because of whatever reason, and that is totally okay. I intend to either host parish meetings where the institution from that parish is able to come, or for it to be easily accessible and more impactful, I intend to do it on a regional based level. In terms of transportation, it wouldn't be far out of anybody's way if it is within the region. And if you're in a space that's within a certain square kilometers, square miles, you are more able to find proper transportation than it is for you to be leaving from a Westmoreland or Montego Bay to come into Kingston every semester for that meeting. So it is in my intention to come to you. So bring in JUTS executive to you, the schools, to you, the institutions, and to the regions. As I said, in terms of transportation, you can't really plan for a number that you don't know as yet. But what I can promise to do is make sure that to the best of my ability, nobody is left behind. And I bring it both virtually, as would have mentioned, and I do an in-person thing. So as best as I can, everybody feels appreciated, everybody feels heard, and nobody is left behind as before.
Thanks for your response. I really appreciate it.
Okay, please keep those questions coming. I see that Dominic is back, but Dante, you can go ahead with your question, then we'll go back to Dominic answering Kelly's question.
Thank you for the floor. Question to Miss Kelly D. So, in your manifesto, I believe you have two mentions of a student-wide or countrywide student leadership type of thing. One, I believe you call it a student leadership academy, and two, I think there is a mention of a parliament. No, we learned tonight that just not really have no money, but you kind of just dealt with that. What I want to ask is, how do these two ideas or suggestions contravene upon the already established AGM that we have, and how you plan to work out that type of thing?
Thank you so much for that question, Dante. So, on the premise of both the National Student Leadership Academy and the follow-up meetings, what I'm trying to do is bridge a gap between the frequency of how we understand the problems and the difference between waiting till an AGM where we may not even get down to the meat of the matter. An AGM is already in the Constitution, even though, just as the president, I don't remember his name right now, he was mentioning earlier that when our tenure ends, it would be 10 years since the Constitution was written. It's not that the Constitution cannot be amended, it's just that we would have to come up with good points and good enough reason to say, hey, we see where there's a need for an increased frequency in meeting with our institutions or hearing from our various institutions. We propose X and Y. So, how I plan to do that and what I plan to do, it is not going to affect our annual AGM. It is just an easier way to get to these institutions and to help persons that are unable to come to the AGM. Because, as you said, in plain Jamaican terms, we're broke on the money. So, it has to be with sponsorship. Some of it have to go come from my pocket, because when or if we do assume office, we have to understand that volunteerism, it comes with a lot of giving from yourself and giving from your pocket, and you have to go pray to God for figure out the rest. So it won't clash with anything. And in terms of funding, we'll figure it out along the way. And having the knowledge that we have, knowing that we're broke, we'll have to make sacrifices.
Okay, thank you. Dominic, I'm asking that you answer Kennedy's question now.
Okay, yes. Can you repeat the question for me, Kelly, please?
Okay, so my question was, you mentioned, was it the girls' talk or the girls' chit chat? I was asking what are the logistics surrounding that, and who, or if you have any agencies or specific people that you would bring in to have this chat, or is it that yourself as a male would be spearheading this chat?
Okay, so for the girls' chit chat, it would be a JUTS initiative, and that would be the females on JUTS would organize this event. So the males won't have a say in this females chit chat. So the aim is to have a safe space for females so they can communicate, talk about leadership positions and empowerment. So the males on the JUTS team won't have a say.
Thanks for the clarity.
Is there another question?
Do you have a question for Kelly D? You can go ahead now, Dominic.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay, so being on the Jamaica Union of Tertiary for 2 years, can you identify one of your major advocacy efforts?
Thank you. One of my major advocacy efforts in terms of the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, it was on November, I believe it was February 13, 2023. No, November 13, 2023, when the women from the different tertiary institutions. And I was also invited to have a sit down or tea with the ambassador to Jamaica, Ambassador Judith Slater. And in terms of voicing opinions and advocacy, it was the day of the girl child. And there, not only did I meet more influential women or women who know about various struggles, various accomplishments of women, but one of my main proposals at that event, it was later published on the was UK in the Caribbean Instagram page. Although it was not directly tagged to me, those who were in attendance at that meeting, they knew that it was a suggestion that I came up with. And to me, whether or not I got the credit, that was one of the most impactful things in terms of advocacy that I did while I was a part of JUTS.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your participation. Dante, you have a question, then we'll move right along with the other questions.
Sir, I have two questions. I have one for each candidate. Is that permitted?
Go ahead.
All right. Miss Kelly D, reading from your manifesto here, I see an elite fellowship of 50 emerging student leaders who we consider elite, and I see you say they're going to get a monthly stipend. Do you have any mechanisms for that? More importantly, who we consider elite?
All right, Mr. Minter, thank you for your question, but I'm not exactly sure which manifesto you're looking at. I'm asking you to go on my Instagram page at dr.kdb.
Yeah, man, I'm reading exactly from there.
The thing was updated today. If you can give me which point it was under, I will be better able to answer your question.
All right. It is the... Can't get the number slide, but it's under Celebrate JUTS Excellence, an elite fellowship of 50 emerging student leaders providing leadership training, mentorship from national figures, and a small monthly stipend. You recall now?
That is fine. To answer your question, the terms of elite and excellent, it would also be a part of the initiative where we have the JUTS Academic and Excellent Student Award. So it's not necessarily elite, but it's the top student leaders from our institutions and the executive. So that's what it would cover. So the version of elite, that's what it means.
All right, thank you. A question from Mr. Nash. I see you push constitutional change on your manifesto. Are there any points you have in mind that you could share with us that you think needs to be, fixed with the constitution, the reform that you're pushing? Do you have any points already ready for reform?
Okay, yes, thank you for that question, Mr. Minto. So sorry for the noisy background. So one of the issues I would say with the Constitution is it's not very clear as to certain words. So for the updated Constitution, I would like to clarify the words, to use more clear words throughout the Constitution to have a better understanding how to achieve certain roles and activities.
Okay, thank you for the questions and answers. We'll go with Ronaldo.
Awesome. Thank you, Stephanie. This question is directed to Mr. Nash. Now, on your manifesto, you had a point that says that you intend to provide work and travel support and guidance for first generation and low income students as outlined. So could you please elaborate more on that? How do you plan to get this done? What are the steps that you're planning to take?
Okay, so thank you very much for this question. So for the work and travel series, first I would have to have for a work and travel series. This would be with the agency of First Class. So we will have our series. So this would be an interview, so an Instagram live where students can come and ask their questions to get a better feel of work and travel, how they can go ahead and apply for work and travel. And additionally, a lot of students don't know that they can take loans to go on work and travel and to repay the loans. So these are the steps that I would like to use for this series. Are you hear me? Yes. Are you hear me? Hello?
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
we
here. I
heard the
appreciate it.
response. Okay, until other presidents or anyone else online will pose questions in the meantime. Okay, we have another president posing a question. Go ahead, Jessica.
Hello, good evening, everyone, and thank you to the candidates. I commend you all for the step that you've taken towards running for your different positions. My question this evening is for Kelly D. Bailey. I'm not sure if it's Miss or Mrs. I was seeking clarity on you had said that you would be putting up something like a progress report where you'd show things that have been completed, things are in processing, and things that are outstanding. I was seeking more clarity on that, and I may have a follow-up question depending on your response.
All right, that's totally okay. And thank you again. So in terms of the progress report, it is my intention to do that because oftentimes when we meet with these institutions or the student leaders, they propose something. And sometimes we're like, okay, I'm going to deal with this, deal with that. Instead of them having to wonder and constantly call us or check in or wonder what's happening with your proposal or whatever it is for the matter. Or even if it's a case where we meet with the ministry and we're like, okay, the ministry proposed X, Y, and Z today, or the ministry told us that we should go back to the drawing table and do X, Y, and Z. The progress reports or the standing per month on whatever proposal or what we were supposed to do, it will be used for easier purpose, easier understanding, and easier access to know where we are, what we're doing, and how we're planning to get there.
Okay, thank you. The reason I asked is actually I instituted something similar this year, but it was in the form of a help desk. So students would email their concerns, and it would be categorized by different departments, different concerns, and so on and so forth. But what I realized in publishing the results was the need to adhere to confidentiality and privacy concerns. And also how to categorize it. So I guess that would be my concern is in terms of, students reaching out to you and it being published on social media. I'm not sure in the Constitution, but I know maybe the Data Protection Privacy Act, not to violate those rights of the students, and also how to categorize it, because there may not necessarily be an easy way to publish such information depending on the various concerns that may come forth. So that was my concern slash thought process. But thank you.
Thank you. I can also explain that part to you. So whatever it is that we would be posting, it wouldn't be a one student problem. There's no way someone can come to me or anybody on my executive with a personal matter and we would then go ahead to post it on social media. That makes no sense. It would have to be something that is already known. It would have to be something that would impact a vast majority for us to be able to say, hey, we're tabling this, we're tabling that, to make sure that everyone has transparency on the matter. So I do understand your concern. I do appreciate your concerns. And I do understand that people have different problems, people have different needs, and I would never infringe on anybody's privacy. I would never try to work on anybody's weakness, and I would never try to expose or embarrass anybody. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your responses so far to both candidates. We will be having questions from our panelists.
All right, thank you so much, Stephanie. As you guys would know by now, my approach is different from Dimitri. Dimitri asks one question, I have a lot of questions. So Miss Kelly D. Bailey, Mr. Dominic Nash, thank you so much for putting yourselves up for the role of president of the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students. We know it's not an easy role, and as such, I'm looking forward to what the rest of the campaign season brings and who eventually becomes the president and what it is that you would do. My first question is actually based on the fact that you've both been a part of the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students team. The same team I would have been president for a year. So I just want to know if you were supposed to say what it is that your role was, what would you say your role constitutionally? And of course, as we'd have explored in our one-on-ones would have been, and what are some of the major wins specific to your portfolio and the execution of whatever it is that your role would have been?
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead first. So when you were on JUTS, my role was the regional coordinator. So for the first year, which would be 2023, I was the regional coordinator. So my role was to be the major liaison between the union and the different universities in Region 2. That would be Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine, and St. Thomas. So for me, I personally think I gain more relationships between the union and the different universities within this region. For example, like PCC, CMU, UE, UTech, and GC Foster. Yes, not to get GC Foster. So I'll think my big. What was the second part? What was the biggest wins? That was it.
Yeah, that's
Biggest
right.
win was, my biggest win during that time was to actually have I would say the universities felt comfortable coming to me when they have any issues that they don't understand, that they wanted a JUTS perspective on. They came to me and I passed through the union. So that would be my major advocacy effort, building stronger relationship that they felt closer to come to me about their issues, and I came late calls to solve these issues with their union. Yes.
All right, thank you, Dominic. Kelly?
All right, Deshaun, thank you so much for your question. So to answer your question, when you were president in 2023, the establishment of that, what would it be called? I would say the link up, for better terms, I don't remember the exact word, with Jangas, along with our then communications person, Miss Wyoming Hopkins. I mean, it was a collective decision, but I was also one who reached out to other persons from the deputy projects and special initiatives committee, and I was like, hey, we need to target X and Y group, we need to do what we're doing. But also one of the bigger things is that in 2023 I went to the Change the World Model United Nations as a delegate to Jamaica. In 2025 I would have impacted not only Mr. Nash, but I would have had a total of 10 persons from different institutions going to the Change the World Model United Nations. So myself and Mr. Nash, we went to the New York chapter. 3 persons from UE, they went to, I believe it was Harvard. UE always goes to Harvard, but 3 persons, they would have asked for my help and I would have guided them and did what I did. The others, they went to, was it Singapore the other day? And then the Dubai chapter in November is coming up. So in terms of projects and special initiatives, though it may not be a direct project of mine, I believe that the influence and conversations and relationships I've built while being projects and special initiatives coordinator, even with beach cleanups and other stuff, I believe that those bonds and those relationships that were built, they would have encouraged me to run, and they would also encourage me to know that my role that I was serving, or that I'm still the current person, it is not just a role to say, hey, you're planning this, you're doing projects. It's not just that. You have to communicate with people, you have to relate with people, and you can gatekeep opportunities if you want young people to become something great.
All right, thank you so much. I have follow-up questions on both of your responses. Dominic, you'd have said that you were looking at increased relationships, persons felt comfortable coming to you with challenges that they were having. My first follow-up question to that, are you aware of the issue that's currently being had at CMU regarding their union as the regional coordinator in charge of that region?
Yes, good night. Yes, I'm aware of the issue that CMU is currently having. But
And what were your steps to address the issue? And I suppose we are talking about the same issue. If you don't mind sharing what issue
I can't really
it
publicly
is.
say issues that I can't say, but we're working.
I mean, it's already public, so I think it's something that you can actually speak on. Or, all right, let's say you don't want to speak on it. Can you talk about some of the things that you've done to help them resolve those challenges that they're having?
Okay, so yes, so I advise them based on their constitution, the different steps they can make with their election issues, and also with the transparency issues that they're having with their administrations. Told them that we could have a courtesy call with the union to see how best we can see to fix the transparency issues with their funding that is being withdrawn from the students that are not being reflected at the union's level. So these are some of the steps as I address them, but I'm waiting for the next tenure of students to see if we can push through for this.
All right, thank you so much. Kelly, you'd have mentioned link up, and just for clarity, in your response, could you just reiterate the role that you played in link up? I'm not sure I got it correctly, and I don't want to misquote you in my follow-up question.
All right. So in Link Up, as was in the JUTS group at the time, it was a collective decision, even with deciding where we would have it, even to decide where the place, for instance, the place that we're going to use, and the turnout. I think it was everybody's collective decision where the turnout and the event was concerned. On, I think it was a Tuesday or Thursday, I don't remember. But yeah.
All right. Just for clarity, as it relates to link up, there was actually a planning group committee. The question was never about where it is that the event was going to be held, as we were actually approached, or we approached a specific entity, or they approached us about partnering for that specific initiative. As it relates to the CWMUN and beach cleanups, are you able to state if those were directly JUTS related initiatives, as my question was specific to your role as deputy director of projects and then eventually director of projects when our director resigned?
All right, thank you so much. So for a while, we were experiencing dormancy and lack of communication on the Projects and Special Initiatives Committee. I would have made efforts to reach out. And yes, the beach cleanup, it was a collective JUTS thing. You can ask Mr. Malik Harris whenever he comes back. It was a collective JUTS thing. And as it relates to the Model United Nations, we had no projects and special initiatives coordinator. So I took it on as a project. I would have mentioned it before. And many people, especially in JUTS, they were talking about the financial constraints. And for those who were interested, I made the go ahead and I helped them as best as I could. And they were able to attend the event. So yes, it was a part of my role as the Projects and Special Initiatives Coordinator.
All right, thank you so much for that clarity. My next question, in terms of JUTS president, I take note, I've seen the manifestos, and I believe as president, we have to understand that your role now moves from projects to advocacy efforts. Of course, advocacy can take different forms, but my question now is, each of you, if you're able to state at least just one advocacy effort that JUTS would have taken on, and how you would have approached that differently. And I'm talking about the last tenure, the tenure that we would have all served on before I would have left, of course. So just one advocacy effort taken on by the institution, the organization, and how you would have treated with that differently.
You hear me? Thank you for that question. So one advocacy effort is, as you can see in the news, UTech and UA, there are always a strike every semester. And I think that, not to bash my union because I'm still a part of the union, but we were more delivering press releases more than just being there with the students while they protested. So that would be one of the things that I would do different. Being on the grounds with the students, that they felt that the union is behind them, that JUTS is behind them with these issues. So that would one issue I would like to address here.
All right, thank you. Kelly?
For clarity, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, of course. I was saying that throughout our tenure, advocacy is something that is very integral to the success of JUTS, and as such, there have been numerous advocacy efforts. And I just want to know one of those advocacy efforts that would have been undertaken and how you would potentially had approached that differently as a president.
All right, in terms of the approach, it was one of the things I mentioned, not only in my constitution, but in terms of my speech. You started an initiative, I'm not sure of what it was called, but you decided to visit the rural institutions. So basically, to hear what they have to say and to build a better portfolio, I'm understanding to act on whatever it was. What I would do different as president is what I actually suggested in saying it's very illogical for a working student where broke and have no money and you still have to go to school to go to all of these institutions one by one in a 2-year tenure. And people think 2 years is a lot. It is not. Because the amount of time these institutions need and the amount of work that needs to be done, you can't afford to go to everybody individually. What I can say that I can do again is, I wouldn't say attacked, but attack the problem from a regional level. In terms of the frequency of meetings, I don't believe in having meetings and just having meetings and nothing
All
else.
right, wait, I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to cut you, but I asked not necessarily about projects, but advocacy
It is an,
efforts.
then you're not allowing me to get to my point.
Okay, my apologies.
In terms of advocacy, I would suggest that when we have these meetings, JUTS doesn't keep them for tabling reasons only. It doesn't help that when we see the problem, we know the problem, we wait only until we reach the ministry's level to ask for help. Because some of them, the ministry definitely has to do, but otherwise, we can also reach out to these schools, their, what you call it, their past students association body. Because truth be told, some of these past students association body, they may not listen directly to the schools. But if you have somebody that knows the collective issue or a team that knows the collective issue and is able to persuade them, I think it would be easier for the institutions, it would be easier for the ministry, and it would be easier for JUTS. And that would also help us in terms of maintaining advocacy and not only talking, but being proactive and powerful.
All right, thank you so much for your response, guys. I guess probably the question should have been clearer then, but in asking about advocacy efforts, we're thinking of issues that we've seen across our tenure. We're looking at dengue outbreaks at a number of these institutions and the advocacy that would have been done surrounding that. When I'm talking about advocacy, we're talking about the increase in taxi fares and how we'd have gone out there. Of course, the press releases being one of those things, but of course, going on the news to ensure that we were actually getting ways, moving ways, getting things done to resolve those issues. We're talking about access to tertiary education, the higher education policy. Those are some of the things we're looking for when I've asked the question about advocacy. But nonetheless, the higher education policy, that is something that is coming out. It has been in the review stage for quite a long time. We continue to go back to the drawing board regarding some of the resolutions that can be put forward, and it has also continuously been a matter of discussion as to how we approach access to tertiary education and the funding of tertiary education. I am pretty sure this will happen. All the ministers asked the question. We've been on CVM speaking about this matter before. If, as president, you were asked this question, how is it that you would approach funding of tertiary education as the president of JUTS, president of a number of institutions, well, the umbrella organizations for guilds, university, guilds, councils, seminaries, etc. What would be your response? How would you approach funding of tertiary education as a part of the, of course, the higher education policy that's going to be rolled out pretty soon in funding tertiary education? Anybody can go first.
Okay, so anybody can go first? Okay, so let me tackle this question first. Can you repeat the question for me, please? So it's
You're going to be asked a question. It continues to be a topic of discussion. The higher education policy has been in review for quite a long time. You're going to be the new president. It's going to be another policy that you're going to be asked to submit your input on. How do you think it should be? How do you think we should go about funding tertiary education? If you're asked that question tomorrow by the minister, what would be your recommendation as the president of JUTS?
okay, so as president of JUTS, I would say to access tertiary education is not just based on the government only. We can try to get more private sector input. We can also, that's why I wanted to do the JUTS Scholarship Bank to see how we can access more education without actually going pressure on the ministry itself. There's scholarships out there. There's work and travel that we can use to access education. And there's also a lot of scholarships under the ministry that are not being accessed. And that's why I wanted to use the JUTS Bank to highlight these scholarships and grants that students can use to access tertiary education. Yes.
So, just for clarity, you're saying that your recommendation would be to, in the higher education policy, for there to be greater support around providing students with information regarding scholarships and grants.
Right. And also the different policies that the student loan bureau also have, they can push more awareness so students can know about this. I think there's not a lot of awareness about opportunities. That's why we do have a lot of access to education.
All right, thank you.
Are there any questions from Dr. McGregor?
Wait, I think Kelly is still yet to answer the question.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Thank you. As president of the Jamaican Union, as the president of the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, I would strongly recommend that the revised higher education policy, that it would prioritize greater student representation in governance, increased financial support mechanisms that would include grants and accessible loan terms, and improved alignment between academic programs and labor market demands. I think that these measures are critical to ensuring that tertiary education remains accessible, relevant, and empowering for Jamaican students.
All right, no problem. Thank you. So we have the opportunity to inform the minister of how we go about funding education. And we are putting in a national policy, one, more information about student loan, more information about scholarships, and then two, to improve more governance, funding for that, and labor markets in a national policy regarding the funding of tertiary education.
May I a minute, Deshaun?
Yeah, go ahead. If you have to add.
The last meeting in regards to the policy update or the policy proposal, myself, Mr. Nash, Mr. Lindo, and I believe that the president for the UWIMONA Guild, UTEC, and the president's advisor for the UTEC Guild was there. And these are things that we proposed. I mean, because the tenure ended so quickly, or tenure is ending quickly, it is a part of a proposal, or it's a part of the tabling that I intend to do if or when I'm elected as president, because it has been in conversations with Minister Dana Morris Dixon, and she has been telling us to send the proposal to the ministry. So I believe that that's something that JUTS can do and we need to do.
Of course, no problem. I am wrapping up now. I'm wrapping up. Um, this is a very simple question. Kelly, Dominic, do you know how many institutions are currently active and a part of the Union of Tertiary Students that you're seeking to represent?
All right, active would be the numbers, that would be 32, but currently on the voting list, I think it's 25.
All right, Kelly.
All right, so I'm going to go off our constitution here. We apparently serve over 23,000 students, and I believe that in JUTS we're supposed to have a 55 member institution, eligibility to do whatever voting. But currently on the voters list, we have 24 eligible schools to vote in our upcoming election.
All right. Interesting. Interesting. And I'm just asking these questions, and I really don't want anybody to think I'm being difficult. I'm just asking these questions because I want us to understand that at the level and the representation that the organization that we're seeking to serve, I'm not going to compare to any other organization, but this is a serious post or position that we're moving into. We have to move away from thinking about this like the truth is we're moving from UE, UTech, and all these other institutions, and the JUTS does not operate in the same manner as these institutions. But in whichever case, there are 37 member institutions in JUTS. We started at like 30 a few years ago. We added a few. There should be about 35 because we had a few universities that were actually closed um, during our tenure. So that is why, yeah, let's proceed. Um, Dominic, specific to your, I would have asked questions to both candidates. I've looked at your manifestos. And I think a few of the questions have already been asked, especially surrounding work and travel. Um, you also included that you're going to be expanding the JUT scholarship and simplifying the application process for wider access. A point is the word expanding suggests that one already exists. So if you're saying that one exists, I think I would have asked a few members who are potentially not aware of the existence of a JUT scholarship. So could you just shed some light on that for me?
Okay, thank you for that question. So yes, there's already a JUTS scholarship, but as stated before, the JUTS is running on $0, so we don't have any money to fund this scholarship. So for as president, I have in conversations to get a scholarship, to get, what do you call it, payment for a scholarship from a donor. I don't want to say the company's name currently, but they pledge that they'll pay 30,000 for the next JUTS scholarship going forward. So the
All right,
expansion would
Dominic.
be
Mhm.
the expansion of the JUICE scholarship would be reintroducing the scholarship and making the scholarship eligible before September, well, after September 1st when I'm president, so that students can access this JUICE scholarship.
All right, and I think this will be my final question. I have some more questions, but I suppose we could speak as well. My final question to you is on the mobilizing awareness of JUTS. I'm seeing establishing a JUTS carnival band to strengthen cultural identity and boost student engagement through music, movement, and unity. I just wanted to ask you a little bit about that. Like, what's the purpose? Relevance, of course, of like a JUTS carnival band. Who will that serve? Is it going to be for JUTS executive members? Is it going to be for, which carnival are we referring to? And of course, you're saying that you are looking at really regional alliance and you're partnering with Trinidad and Tobago Students Union, is there any specific reason why only Trinidad and Tobago, or why is it that you're starting with them? But I think that's my final question for Dominic.
Okay, so thank you for the questions. Can you get it in parts, please? So the first part is the JUTS Carnival ban, right? So
Just Carnival ban, yeah. Who is it that's serving? What's the relevance of it?
right. So thank you for that question. So the JUTS Carnival ban will start at the grassroots level. This will be the UA Carnival. So this would be just us as university students sharing our creative side. So we'll have like a design competition for the costume. So we have different competition. This is to bring awareness of JUTS, to engage the youths, to have a JUTS competition to where the best outfit would be displayed as our outfit for the UA Carnival. And then we can go ahead and expand to all universities in Jamaica can come together under the JUTS name to have a JUTS ban for the regional level. But that would be after my tenure. But I'll start the process for the other leaders coming. Yes. And the next part of the question is what again?
The next part of my question was regarding your partnership with Trinidad and Tobago Students Union. Like, why are we starting there? What's the relevance of partnering only with Trinidad and Tobago? Of course, considering that JUTS is supposed to be a member of Commonwealth Students Association, also supposed to be a member of Organization of Caribbean and Latin American institutions. Why single out Trinidad and Tobago when we're already a part of those regional bodies?
Right. So the only reason why I singled it out because as the second vice president, I was approached by the current president that would you on the position. So it's the current president, and we spoke about partnership. How he created the Trinidad and Tobago Student Union based off the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students. So he wanted basically a mentorship program so how JUTS can mentor the Trinidad and Tobago Student Union. So that's why we had a strong relationship going forward. So that's why I singled out the Trinidad and Tobago Students Union.
All right, thank you so much, Dominic. All the best in your bid to become president. Kelly, if you're still here, I just have like probably like one or two questions, and then I'm
Deshaun,
finished, I promise.
probably Deshaun.
Mm-hmm.
Probably like one. All right.
Yeah, just one. All right, let me ask one question. One question, and I'm finished. I have to choose from this list. Dominic, ask your question. Dimitri, sorry. You can go ahead and ask your question, and I'll come back regarding my one question because I had a few.
No, it's okay. You can ask. I don't see the presidents asking questions, which will be one of my questions. So, do I have both the attention of both candidates? It doesn't appear that way. Hello?
Yes, I'm here, I'm president.
Yes, because I asked that question and I didn't know. I don't know if you guys zoned out or whatsoever. But I have a couple of questions here. I don't know why soon to be Dr. Cook ask so many questions and allow and not leave the time for me. But I'll try to see how much questions I can ask. First, let me just have another point of information. I don't know if this is post-pandemic struggles, but I keep hearing this notion of it's not feasible to go to all the schools and in like I'm not trying to mention my tenure to say okay, but it has happened before my tenure. It has happened in my tenure. In my tenure, we've been to all active schools twice, not once, twice. We go every single institution. Me I talk about some sharp teachers college. We go to churches. We go Mumbai Community College, we got Brownstone Community College, we got every single institution. Once the university or the com college see JUTS post up, them start say, what? Them have support other places, man. And that alone improve the relationship between the student organization and their university or whatever administration they do have. So I think a lot of effort should be placed in definitely going to all of these institutions. It can work, but it needs the support of, because we had the support of the ministry. Ministry always give us bus. I would just do it in a regional situation. And what we did also to improve the NCU was where we had our second AGM, and it was good. To have AGM outside of Kingston was very tricky face to face, but we did it. And those are the things that will help to engage the various presidents. So that is my first question to both candidates. But I'd like to hear, because I'm going to choose who I want to hear from first, but I'd like to hear from Miss Kelly first, Miss Kelly D. Bailey first. What will you do to get the guild presidents and the member organizations fully engaged into JUTS processes and JUTS events? Because based on even now, yes, most of the presidents are on, but I don't feel the engagement, and I'm not sure if it is here. What can you do, and how would you improve that? Improve the engagement, improving persons wanting to have an input into the running and the circumstances of JUTS. Ms. Bailey, you first.
All right, Dr. McGregor, thank you for your question. I'd like to first start out and say, before we try to improve other presidents or try to engage other presidents and improve our relationship with them, as an organization, we need to first improve and engage our own selves, our own executive members, and our own members. I mean, the members are the collective and the institutions, but we have to first start with what some people would call the hierarchy. I believe that a problem within an institution, it oftentimes starts from those that people look up to, and then it trickles down into the institutions. So what I would do, I believe that starting my tenure, I would try my very best to do my leadership with a difference. I mean, most JUTS presidents that I would have known and encountered, they seem cool. But I think we have to take a school teacher class approach, in the sense of understanding that everybody has different leadership styles. Everybody comes to leadership with a different attitude and drive. We have to try, and that's the purpose of the retreat, which we didn't get to have in our last tenure because of whatever reason mentioned by the ministry. So I believe that not only will our retreats serve as a bonding place or bonding moment or bonding time or bonding period, but I believe that it could be used at least the first day to just get an understanding of what our council members personalities are, and we just help them to try to figure out their best way and their strategic way in engaging with, whether it's the regional person, how they engage with their regional coordinators, and how the regional coordinators engage with their institutions. So collectively, if everybody see and do the work in themselves, and then we come together to make a difference, I believe that we can get more engagement. I believe that people will be excited. And as Deshawn's campaign slogan was, to make JUTS great again. It's not too late. It just needs some work, and it needs some effort from up, go straight down to everybody.
All right. Sir Nash.
Thank you very much for that question. So, Miss Kennedy, you mentioned retreat. So, I personally think we need a retreat, yes, but I don't think we should be waiting on the ministry. It's been 2 years, and it's time we move past the ministry now. We need to find ways to get access to money so we can do retreats. If we're gonna wait on the ministry, maybe it's gonna be another 2-year tenure that we don't do a retreat. So we can find minimal cost retreats that we can maybe go to Hope Gardens, somewhere that's public, to have these retreats. Games are free. We can host games for these retreats. So retreat is not gonna be costly.
Mr. Nash, the question is, what will you do to make the president, the guild president, be fully engaged into the processes of JUTS, right?
I'm going to the next
In answering the question, Ms. Bailey mentioned training the current JUTS team. right? Which is one of her ways in which she said she wanted to build internally before she go externally. While that is an interesting statement, that is hers. I'm asking you now, what would you do to improve the engagement of the guilds?
Okay, so thank you. So for me, is attending these institutions, have connection with the guilds, so you can know the calendar of events of each guilds across the island, so you can know when to attend these events. For me personally, as regional coordinator, what I did to strengthen the relationship between the schools in Region 2 is to attend these events. When they ask me to attend events, I attend the events. This is showing that JUTS actually cares about different institutions and that we are listening to their concerns. So as president, I have to expand this reach to all 4 regions. So I have to try to go into these different schools. Even if there's not going into the schools, we can go to attend events that sometimes schools that in the Western area, they have a main campus. We can try to focus on the main campuses and then we can spread to different campuses to show that JUTS cares about these different universities. For example, NCU has 3 different campuses. We can maybe focus on one campuses until we can branch out to go into all campuses. That's my approach.
All right, thank you for your response. And as usual, before I move to my next question, I'll say to you guys, I'm not only just asking somewhat difficult questions, I'm also giving answers because I want JUTS to be great again, as you guys are saying. One of the simplest things that you can do to improve the engagements of the various member institutions is to ensure that when you're doing your appointments, this is an election, when you're doing appointments, you get a slate of candidates from all the other institutions. Because what we try to do in our time, at least 15 institutions, we have persons and JUTS that we're from Normal Mandela School, from Mobicom College, from all over, Knox, everywhere we ensure. So you need to ensure that all the members there aren't just from UE and UTech, right? Ensure, because that is how you're going to get other persons will be on the ground and they will tell you what is going on in the schools and the schools will know have a better dialogue. So that's one. So, Sir Nash, let me ask Miss Bailey this question first and then you respond. Miss Bailey, you here?
I'm here.
All right. So you want to improve JUTS before you engage some of the institution, which is understandable. My question for you is, what would you do now if elected to ensure that JUTS has a more impactful voice or input as regards to representation on the national stage?
All right, thank you. Can you repeat the last part of your question? I heard the first part.
So what would you do to ensure that JUTS have an impactful or an impactful voice or input in the national stage, right? So on the national stage, how can you ensure that JUTS is very impactful in terms of what they say and have a voice that people look to?
All right, so to answer your question, I believe that the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students has the potential to move forward from just press releases. I'm being so honest. I've been in many rooms, I've been to many places, and I've seen JUTS members standing tall and doing what they should. The problem is, as Nadisha would have mentioned in her speech, it's that with JUTS, we tend to do the work, but there's not much publicity. That's what they call it now around what we're doing. In terms of how I would ensure that JUTS has not only an impact and is not something that's talked about only once and we forget it, I would ensure that whatever it is that JUTS decides to participate in, I believe that we should do it confidently, not only confidently. I want JUTS to understand that JUTS is JUTS. And with that, we're able to not only think that impact is or advocacy is a one-person job. I'm so glad for this year that everybody's social media platform is tagged in whatever video that they uploaded. It can't be a thing where we have only a conversation once on the phone. I know nothing about you on social media. You have LinkedIn. Just like how you're proud to put, say, oh, I'm a youth parliamentarian. I am X, Y, and Z in JUTS. You can contact me to liaison about X, Y, and Z issues. We're too dormant on certain national, topical, and important issues. And I want us to just sit, do the necessary research, and not only do press releases. These interview companies, they're so interested in interviewing young people. Somebody can, I don't remember if you call it an editor, whatever it is in the Gleaner. We are young people. We can speak from a youthful perspective and on a lot of issues that actually call for young people's impact. We can use our social medias, not only to say, hey, I went to this event, but if you understand what is happening, you can use your social media as well. We have things where we can tag national people, international people, and we may never know where our voices can go. So I just think that in terms of publicity, in terms of media, in terms of having a voice, I think that we can push for that to be better. And I think with that, we can all contribute to making JUTS more impactful. So it's not a one-person job to say, hey, JUTS post this today, but I don't business about it tomorrow because it have nothing to do with my school. They don't have anything. I feel like we all need to make a collective effort to do what needs to be done so our voices can be heard and so our impact can be seen and felt.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you for your answer. Sir Nash, quickly, you give your response today.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. So the first point I will look at is we need to be writing more position papers to be pushing towards cabinet and other ministries, because I don't think we as just are writing enough position paper to challenge the policies that are been happening. And the next point I'll look at is media coverage. We need to, even if media entities are not coming to us, we need to push ourselves to the media entities. For example, we can write to CVM about different points that we want to do, ask for interviews from CVM, what's in the other one, Nationwide, other media outlets to push our voice. We can't be sitting back and waiting on the media outlets to come to us. We have to go to them so that they can know that, yes, we are speaking on behalf of the students, the university students. Additionally, we can look at partnership with JAN and Free with Children, because those organizations and NSSC, those organizations does not only cater to university students, they cater to all students. So with the JAN, they are looking at the food nutrition policy. How can JUTS help with focusing on food nutrition policies also in the university space? That's one. And then as JUTS members, executive members, we can also focus on branding. So once, for example, you see Jim Brown, Jim Brown is representing JUTS anywhere Jim Brown is. So branding is key going forward in the next 10 years. So we have to educate the executive members about branding. So when they see Jim Brown or Tom Jones, they know that, yes, that is a JUTS member. He's ready and available. So that's my points. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm trying to get through to these questions, but I had some questions, man. I have these questions and I want to get through to them. Miss Bailey, my question to you based on, well, I had this question, but seeing that you made mention to it, you're saying that JUTS is dormant on certain national issues and topics, right? You're there? Miss Bailey?
I'm here.
Yes, yes. Could you give me two national issues that you think that JUTS was dormant on previously that you think that you could, address? Two issues.
All right, so the first issue, let me get my facts. I'm not going to come off the call, but I made note of it. So the first issue that I believe that JUTS has been dormant on in terms of the national issues that I believe that we should have said something was the disappearance of the young lady that was allegedly killed by the in-driver. I saw UTEX efforts. She was a UTEX student. I saw UTEX effort. I didn't see much from JUTS, and I just thought that, of course, you have to wait until whatever prosecution takes place. But even if it's for the fact of acknowledging that she died because she's from one of our member institutions, and also sending whatever necessary condolences, I didn't see JUTS doing much in that regard. And then another thing, Mr. Nash would have mentioned it earlier, but it was for a different question, was or is in the continuous strikes in the institutions. I see every other group present. I mean, press releases are good, but there has to be at some point where we move from behind our phones and our laptops, and if it is something that aligns with our values as an institution and it doesn't affect the other institutions that we're attached to, or even the Ministry of Education, I don't see a problem going out there and helping these people, whether it's to protest or whether it's for them to have someone to talk. Because some people, them just protest because guess what? Nobody listened to them the first time. They don't even know how to write the paper to the ministry, or probably it's something that they feel has gone unheard. And I feel like as the union of tertiary students, we need to kind of focus more on what's happening both nationally and in our internal tertiary spaces.
All right. Before I move on to Nash, to Mr. Nash to speak on that issue, I see Mr. Roberts and is up. I want to know if it is pertinent to what we're talking about right now. If you want to make an input on that, Percival, is it an issue?
Good night.
Okay.
Night,
Yes.
Dr. Holder. No, I have a question. So I want to know if I can ask my question now. It's for both candidates.
All right, you know what? Let me pause here. Ask a question. Ask a question. No, hold on. Before you ask the question, I want Mr. Nash to answer that question first, and then you can ask. Sir
All right.
Nash, I'll answer the question. So, two issues that you would attack on a national level affecting tertiary students.
Okay, so one would be the disappearance of the University of Technology student, which I'm a part of University of Technology. When the incident happened, I wasn't in the country, and I can see that there was a press release done, but I thought that JUTS members could have been there when the protest was happening or the charts were posting. And another issue, lost my train of thought. Can you repeat the question for me, please?
I'm just saying two issues, a national issue that you can address, that you see that, JUTS, it's missing in the national space for JUTS to have a platform or a voice to speak on those issues.
And the next
Two
one would be
issues.
campus safety as well.
Okay.
Even on UE and UTech campus, as we know, UE is maybe one of the biggest universities in Jamaica. They have 3 main entrance points, and they have a lot of small entrance points that are not considered as key entrance points. So these are some of the issues that we think we can have a campaign on to educate maybe the guild presidents and other administration have security measures. Maybe if they can't afford more securities, maybe they can do more lighting, more cameras to have with more security. And additionally, I think we can also partnership with, since InDrive is being an issue, we can go back to using our on-call, those other taxi services that didn't have issues before the Uber and the InDrive. So these are some of the issues I would address. Are you hearing me? Yes.
Yes. I don't know if it's you or me, but one of us. But I'm back now. All right, Mr. Roberts, you can ask your question.
Yeah, I do have.
Good night. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Great. So I have two questions. Both of them to both candidates. The first one being, during the time that JUTS was dormant, what efforts were made by the both of you to get back JUTS to an active state? And the second question is related to the point Mr. Nash just made regarding the disappearance of Miss Dilworth. So I want to know what support was given from JUTS to UTEC for that matter.
All right.
Okay.
I'll go to answer your question, Mr. Roberts. So during the dormant period of JUTS, I mean, Tiffany can say if nobody never annoy her about what's going on and what to do with JUTS. I'm pretty sure Tiffany probably did tired of me at the time. I've reached out to her, even with my post as the Deputy Projects and Special Initiatives Coordinator. My senior at the time, she would have resigned, and I actually did not know, even after reaching out, until a while after that. So what I did once I recognized and I got information that she would have left, that I have messages to prove. I sent a message in the WhatsApp group and I tried to engage what the members that we had left from the Projects and Special Initiatives Committee. I proposed initiatives to them, and those who were in support, everybody expressed different opinions. Those who no longer felt interested, those who are still willing to be a part. But I have tried and I still continue to show up for JUTS even after everything apparently seemed to be falling apart. But I still show up for just the best I can. I still bother Tiffany almost every day as to what we're doing, how we're going forward. And then what's Tavoy assumed the role of president, and I feel like the dormancy is slightly lifting. It's not 100%, but efforts are being made to make JUTS great again.
Okay. Can you go and repeat the question for me, please? Thank you.
Yes, so it's two questions. So the first one being, so it's during the time of dormancy of JUTS, what efforts were made by you to get JUTS back to an active state?
Okay, so thank you very much for this question. So even though JUTS was in a dormant stage, as it would be called, in my region, JUTS was not being dormant. I was, as the regional coordinator, I was still going to events when I was called to, still attend events that was called for the Ministry of National Security, where I was invited. I was invited as a regular guest, and they called me up to speak on the views of youths. So JUTS wasn't in a dormant state in my region per se, but what I did was to be present still, even though there wasn't an actual president. I still did my role, still be the point liaison for the union. And for my region, it wasn't dormant. And then the second part of the question is?
The second question, as you mentioned it earlier about the disappearance of Miss Dilworth, I wanted to know what support did JUTS give to UTEC in that situation?
Okay, so on that issue, based on my observation, the union did was just to do a press release on the issue, but they wanted to clarify to see if there was an actual disappearance or if something happened with the case. But after the evidence was finalized, I didn't see, we didn't do enough after the evidence was finalized.
Okay, so to answer that question, Mr. Roberts, as I would have mentioned earlier, when I was asked, I'm looking for the press release on our web page, but I am not seeing the press release. But the conversation that surrounded that, as Mr. Nashwood said, we were waiting to confirm because we don't want to say, okay, a man did X and Y when the man didn't do it, or we're not sure as it. So we're waiting for a formal verdict as to the situation. However, it was a concern of mine, and I believe I was the one who brought up the question in the WhatsApp group as to what we were doing. I'm not sure if the press release was done, but I believe efforts were made or were in the making to make that press release.
Okay. Thank you for your response for that question. Am I being heard? That's I don't know. Okay, good.
Dr. McGregor,
Yes, thank you.
sorry
Thank
to
you.
interject.
Yes.
I raised my hand, but can I ask a follow-up question to both candidates?
Sure, Percival. Sure. I'm glad that I really and truly want to see the presidents engaging in the questioning. So that's good.
Right.
Yes.
So I heard from both candidates on the matter for Miss Dilworth, but the UTech Students Union Council would have released a statement saying that we were going to have a peaceful protest in the community. And I want to know if you guys were aware of that, because yeah, there was one person from JUTS at the march. So in my head, I'm thinking that JUTS would have been made aware of the situation. So I wanted to know if you guys know and what support would you have given. The person who came was Nicholas Lindo.
Okay, so thank you for the question. So yes, for me, I'm a UTech student, so I was aware of it. So automatically the union was aware of it. But for my reasoning, because I wasn't present, because I am on work and travel, so I was not in the country to attend any events. So that's why I did not represent for the region.
All right. To answer your question, I saw the flyers. It wasn't a thing where, hey, UTech is doing X and Y on Monday, but I did see the flyers. Where I was not in attendance, I had work. I think it was a Monday morning at 9 or Thursday. I don't remember one of those days, but I was at work at the time when it was taking place. But I did wear my black in support of whatever it was on that day.
So Miss Bailey, do you believe that the work that you do will affect your representation of JUTS? I'm just asking now. Do you believe that? Because sometimes it will take you. I used to have meetings with various officials throughout the day while being JUTS president, right? While I know that people must have jobs, I just want to know if it is, unbearable.
So, to answer your question, I did resign, so it won't be a conflict of interest at this time.
All right, good.
Do we have any other questions for presidential candidates?
I think I've exhausted my questions, Ms. McLaughlin, and as such, I won't necessarily ask any questions, but I think I'll give some words of encouragement to both persons vying for the post of president. Um, I am not going to be putting anybody on blast, but I think these answers that would have been provided were a clear indication of the support that candidates would have lent to the organization during their time when they were supposed to be actively engaged. I asked a few questions simply because in the chat because I couldn't ask those questions online anymore. I think I've frankly exhausted my opportunity to ask questions. But regarding the disappearance, I think when it comes on to matters that we're passionate about, JUTS has always prided themselves on open and honest communication. And if we're so passionate about something, I think we all have due diligence to ensure that we're actively represented in those spaces. When we talk about JUTS being dormant, I want to know what is the definition of dormancy? What makes an organization considered dormant? An organization is simply going through a transition process. And even before we were transitioning, before I got an opportunity and I had to resign, I just believe and I'm hoping that presidents, when you go to the polls, you make the right decision. And the right decision is simply just answering, looking at these responses that would have been provided tonight. I am not campaigning or anything on behalf of any of the candidates, and both candidates have reached out to me and I've provided support in all the ways that I possibly can. But I believe at this level, ladies and gentlemen, we are vying to be the president of the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students. And that ought to show. It has to show. We're supposed to be the organization that is chief advocate for issues at the tertiary level. And I am seeing manifestos that are talking about projects. I am yet to see advocacy on any of these manifestos. That is where the problem comes in. But anyways, all the very best to both candidates. And I'll say this again. Do not mistake my concern for the organization that I absolutely love to be an attack on anybody and their character. I love the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, and I hear us talking about making JUTS great again, which was generating results, enhancing achievements together. We have to get to that point where the togetherness really shows again. But as I said, all the very best. I see hands raised, and I'll go ahead and wait until the other portfolio comes in and we'll ask follow-up questions. So all the best, Kelly and Dominic.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Cook. I'm just assisting Miss Waters here. Go ahead, Miss Burton. I acknowledge your hand, but before that, Mr. Nash, you had a hand up. I'm not sure if that was a legacy hand or you wanted to.
Oh, I wanted to ask a question to the other candidate.
All right, so proceed, and then Miss Burton, you are after Mr. Nash.
Okay. Are you hearing me? Yes.
Yes, hearing you.
Okay, so the question is, if after the election you are not the winner or I'm not the winner, would you allow me to run, or what would you do after the election based on the winnings, or if you lose?
All right, so to answer your question, Mr. To answer your question, student leadership or leadership on the whole is more than just if I win or if I lose or if my opponent wins or loses. It's the whole slogan with service above self. It's contributing to something greater than who I am. So if it is a case where it's not the Lord's will, and God forbid I'm unsuccessful, I don't have a problem giving my support to JUTS because I'm always going to be passionate about young people. It's my specialization. I'm always going to be passionate about young people. I'm always going to be helpful. And once again, it's more than just who Kelly is. Of course, Kelly would love to win. God see, I know. But if it is not his will, all I have to say, let his will be done, but I would not be bitter. I'm not a bitter person. So all I have to say, may the best candidate win, but I am in support of anything that the youths want to do. I'm in support. If a youth want to build an aircraft for good space, even if I don't have a dollar, I will stand up and I will watch you do your project. I will hand you the tools to build the aircraft. I may not be able to build the aircraft, but that's just how I am as a person. So winning or losing, I will always be in support of young people. I will always be in support of the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students.
All right, thanks for that question and answer, Mr. Nash and Miss Bailey. Miss Natalia, are you still desirous of asking a question?
Yes, good night, everyone. So throughout the course of the night, I've been hearing publicity, I've been hearing PR, media engagement, social media, but I truly believe that one of the things lacking from the tertiary space is substance in terms of advocacy, and I think that's something that has been significantly under addressed tonight. So I want to ask both candidates, what plans do you guys actually have to strengthen research and evidence-based advocacy in JUTS so that when we have these PR and media engagements, we are actually able to give more than opinions or personal takes, and we're actually able to quantify the effects of various issues that are experienced by tertiary institutions. So what do you have in place to really strengthen or the quality of the advocacy? Because a letter to the editor is not the same as presenting research or statistics that can further decisions in the tertiary space.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So first, based on a manifesto, I would like to push more policy workshops. So I would first push policy workshop for within the organization, which is the Jamaican Union of Tertiary Students, so how we can effectively write position paper to get the solutions that we need. And also, you have to look at branding as the second tool. So writing position paper, and also how the next issue I have is how can we help with constitutional, how I don't think a lot of individuals know how to properly read through a constitution, how effectively to use a constitution. So I think this constitutional workshop would be effective on advocacy going forward.
All right, so to answer your question, to increase advocacy efforts on JUTS and organizational support, I believe that we can leverage strategic partnerships and network, but in building alliances with like-minded organizations, such as NGOs and community groups. One of those is JAN. I think it's Jamaica Advocacy Network. I'm not exactly sure, but I believe it's that. And community groups to amplify our message, share resources, and gain broader reach. These partnerships, I believe it can help strengthen credibility and provide access to new audience and funding. Another thing I would suggest, we can invest in training our members and volunteers in advocacy tools like storytelling, lobbying, and digital campaigns. We can mobilize them as passionate ambassadors to consistently push the message, access platforms online and offline.
Okay, thank you for those answers.
Okay, thank you, Miss Burton. Were the presidential candidates given an opportunity to ask each other question already, Miss Walters? Mr. Nash and Miss Bailey, were you given the opportunity to ask each other questions already? One question each?
Yes, Auntie Shar.
Okay, all right, awesome. Are there any other questions from our panelists, presidents, members of the audience?
I guess people have places to go, so
Okay.
yes, we'll
And
leave it there.
and we're going to revert to Mr. Malik Harris, or candidate for second vice president, who has returned to the.
Oh, there's a candidate left to go. Okay.
Yes, he was having technical challenges, so he's back
Oh,
with
yes,
us.
I remember.
Yes.
Yes.
So over to you, Mr. Harris.
Good night. Am I being heard by the room?
Yes, we're hearing you. Awesome.
All right. So first and foremost, before I go back into my introduction, I want to humbly apologize for the room for the disruption of the initial proceedings. Now, with that being said, to reintroduce myself, my name is Malik Harris, a second-year international relations major at the University of the West Indies, the current Undersecretary for the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, vying for the post of second vice president of local and international affairs. Now, with that being said, to briefly go through my leadership journey, as I'm aware of the time and the fact that people have places to be. So my institutional journey would have started at St. George's College, where I would have ventured into Key Club, the Students' Council. I would have seen 2 titles of being a distinguished president for the Key Club, 1 title of being the President of the Year for Region 1 at St. George's College, and that is with the Students' Council. My institutional leadership continued at the University of the West Indies, Mona, where I served as the secretary for the UE Mona Guild External Affairs Committee, where I was recently awarded for my service on campus. Now, my national leadership ranges from my days at National Secondary Students Council as the National Treasurer, my days in the National Youth Parliament of Jamaica, my days serving in the support team of the Jamaica Youth Advisory Council. Now, heading straight into my manifesto, it was built strategically across 5 pillars. So the first pillar being civic access and governance. So this refers to student access to governance. So I would seek to partner with the Office of the Prime Minister to increase student attendance at the post-cabinet press briefings. And this would continue into working with the Parliament House to allow more students to attend the Senate and House meetings. Now, mind you, I would have already, well, nothing is cemented, of course, but I would have already made contacts with the respective personnel in charge of these listings. They know about, well, they know about this election. They know about my candidacy, and they are, well, just like everyone else here, awaiting, well, basically waiting to see what happens before we further our discussions. Now, pillar number 2 speaks to global engagement and diaspora collaboration. So this would be, well, I would have themed it as Tertiary Connect, Diaspora Meets Campus. So we would look to virtual exchanges between the Jamaican and the diaspora students from Jamaica. So this would be organized by the JUTS team to facilitate field or major-based networking. We would also push for more tertiary students to be in attendance to the Jamaica Diaspora Conferences, which are held every 2 years. So the collaborator of this initiative would be the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, which I can say without the fear of any form of rebuttal that I have already been in contact with Minister Terry Long about this move. We would also advocate for the funding on the behalf of the diaspora students who would be traveling from the various countries to come back to our country to, basically represent us at these conferences. We have the CARICOM Solidarity Project. Now, this would be an initiative that would, 1, seek to launch a Caribbean student roundtable, 2, plan a regional youth summit in Jamaica. Now, mind you, credit has to be given where credit is due. And to that extent, I would like to commend Mr. Deshaun Cook. And, well, he would have attempted this idea, I believe it was last year. However, due to resignations among many other factors, it didn't really come out. So we have the Embassy to Campus initiative, and this would be to facilitate courtesy calls to discuss mutual support between organizations and to launch a student representation network, which would be per tertiary institution. We have the quarterly embassy roundtables. Pillar number 3 refers to skills, training, and career readiness. So I would look to launch a JUTS local, regional, and global opportunity tracker. So this would be the launching of a central hub with internships, exchanges, scholarships, and more. The collaborator of this initiative would be the Opportunities for Caribbean Youth, an organization or a movement rather that I am a proud volunteer of and an ambassador. We would also release monthly opportunity bulletins for all students, which would be released via all relevant JUTS social media handles. We would also engage in skills training for the real world. So we would start off with a driver's ed program, which we would be partnering up with the Transport Authority. Our collaborators for this initiative, and as I said before, credit has to be given where credit is due, is Chancellor Hall. So they would have actually started this initiative on a smaller scale. I would have had discussions with the outgoing and the incoming EAC, and they are open to collaborating with the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students and expanding this initiative. We would seek to host a food handlers permit workshop. Now, this would be done in pilot phases and as best as possible through the mobilization of the regional coordinators, which I would be in charge of or directing per se. We would seek to do it across all 4 regions. In collaboration with the Youth Education Association, we would seek to, 1, implement or rather execute resume trainings, financial literacy trainings, and also digital skills trainings, which would mostly be virtual with 1 physical training session with 2 physical training sessions taking place for each of the semesters. Pillar number 4 refers to advocacy and representation. So we would have a tertiary town hall series, which of course would not necessarily be limited to tertiary students. So this would be open forums where based on the area, based on the topic at hand, would be targeted for ministers and the various MPs to actually come in and to answer some questions from our tertiary students or interested youth in being a part of the sessions. I would seek to implement a regional tour with the collaborator, the Jamaica Youth Advocacy Network. So again, this would be a 1 per region initiative, which would be implemented across all 4 regions: Northeast, Southeast, Northwest, Southwest. So we would be focusing on gender-based violence, youth rights, and sexual reproductive health. Now, pillar number 5 refers to student voice and media. And this, pretty straightforward, would be we would seek to launch a JUTS Affairs podcast, or per se a TikTok series. Now, this would comprise of interviews, cabinet updates, student takes on local and global issues, and where possible, we would seek to collaborate with the Campus Elite Group or the Full Campus Group. Now, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I will leave it all to the Q&A section. Once again, thank you so much for allowing me to return a second time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Now over to the president for your questions. I have a question. Go ahead, Kelly.
All right, I'm so sorry. This question is not directed to Mali, but it's directed to Dominic.
So let us take questions to Malik first, and then if time permits, then we will revert. All
No.
right? Thank you. So questions.
Miss McLaughlin, 1 minute. I think Nicholas is yet to present. He's also a candidate for second vice president.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Lindo. Welcome to our other candidate for position of second vice president, Mr. Lindo.
So there's 2 candidates for this. Okay. All right. Okay.
Good evening, distinguished guests. Firstly, let me take some accountability and apologize for joining late as I had a personal matter that I was engaged in. So good evening once again, distinguished guests, fellow students, and all members of the Jamaica Union Tertiary students. It is both an honor and a privilege to be here before you today, not just as a candidate for second vice president, but as someone who truly understands what it means to be a student in Jamaica. My name is Nicholas Lindo, and I want to share with you not just my plans, but my journey, my values, and my vision for every tertiary student across this island. I have served as a student leader within tertiary landscape for the past 5 years. With that being said, I'm true to this. We're not new to this. I have faced the challenges of pursuing higher education in a system that is not always easy to navigate. I have walked the halls of our universities, teachers' colleges, and community colleges, not just as a visitor, but as a student, a leader, and a friend. I know what it means to worry about tuition fees, to struggle with mental health, to feel excluded or overlooked, and to dream of a brighter future than what our current circumstances might suggest. My path to leadership began when I saw the power of a collective action. I started as a student organizer, working with my peers to address issues on my own campus. That work led to me to serve as the Year National and International Affairs Executive for the JUTS tenure 2023-2025. I had the opportunity to advocate for students not just at one institution, but across the entire country. I have represented you at national forums, worked with government officials, and built partnerships with organizations both here and abroad. I have listened to your stories, celebrated your successes, and stood with you through your struggles. I am running for second vice president because I believe in power of students to shape our own destinies. I believe that every student, no matter where they study or what they study, deserves a voice, a champion, and a chance to succeed. I have seen barriers that hold us back, whether it be financial hardship, limited opportunities, lack of inclusion, and outdated systems. And I, Nicholas Lindo, am determined to break them down. My vision is built on 5 main pillars: empowerment, inclusion, partnership, progress, and advocacy. These are not just buzzwords, they are the foundation of everything I stand for. Empowerment means giving you the tools you need to thrive. I will launch a National Emergency Student Relief Fund to support students facing sudden crisis so that no one has to choose between their education and their survival. I will expand textbook rental and digital resource programs, focusing on campuses where students are most in need. And I will bring industry recognized certifications and paid internships to every institution so you can graduate not just with a degree, but with real world skills and a head start in your career. But empowerment is not just about academics, it's also about mental health. I'll establish a peer support network and subsidize counseling services so that every student on every campus has access to the help they need when they need it the most. Inclusion means ensuring that every student, regardless of background, ability, or location, feels valued and heard. I will conduct a national audit of campus accessibility and fight for immediate upgrades so that students with disabilities can access every resource. I will guarantee representation for marginalized groups on JUTS and launch a Stories That Matter campaign So your experiences shape our policies. And I will foster unity through national cultural festivals and a regional student union council, making inclusion in the regional student union council, making sure every voice from every parish is heard. Partnership means working together with industry governments and community organizations to create opportunities for every student. As I said before, I am working to ensure that I can secure internships for students by partnering with leading Jamaican companies and NGOs. I will connect you with alumni mentors who can guide you into your chosen careers. I will also build bridges with the Jamaican diaspora and CARICOM partners, opening doors for virtual exchanges and international projects that bring fresh perspectives and opportunities to our campuses. And because learning doesn't just stop at the classroom door, I'll be working with local organizations to create service learning and leadership opportunities, especially in communities that need us the most. Now, progress. Progress means preparing for the future, not just reacting to the present. I will lead for green and digital campuses, pushing
Mr. Linda, I'm not sure if it's my end, but I'm not hearing you. I don't know if anybody else is having that challenge.
I'm hearing you. I think it's on his end.
Okay. We lost your audio, Nicholas. All right, still not here. And there's a suggestion in the chat that you log off and rejoin.
Am I being heard now?
Yes, we're hearing you.
All right. Well, with the chair's permission, could I just be reminded where was the last persons heard?
Back up maybe the last 3 sentences.
All right. So that's in inclusion. I believe. All right. So, well, hopefully, all right. So, inclusion means ensuring that every student, regardless of background, ability, or location, feels valued and heard. I will conduct a national audit on campus of campus accessibility and fight for immediate upgrades so that students with disabilities can access every resource. I will guarantee representation for marginalized groups on the Jamaica Union Tertiary students and launch a Stories That Matters campaign so your experiences shape our policies. And I will foster unity through national cultural festivals and regional student councils, making sure every voice from every parish is heard. Now, partnership means working together with industry governments and community organizations to create opportunities for every student. I will secure apprenticeships and internships for students by partnering with leading Jamaican companies and NGOs. I will connect you with alumni mentors who can guide you into your chosen careers. I will also build bridges with the Jamaican diaspora and CARICOM partners, opening doors for virtual exchanges and international projects that bring fresh perspectives and opportunities to our campuses. And because learning doesn't just stop at the classroom door, I'll be working with local organizations to create service learning and leadership opportunities, especially in communities that need us most. Now, progress means preparing for the future, not just reacting to the present. I will lead the charge for green and digital campuses, pushing for renewable energy projects, waste reduction, and expanding free Wi-Fi zones, especially in rural and under-resourced campuses. I will support the integration of new technologies in our classrooms, from VR labs to AI-assisted learning, and host annual innovation summits where we can showcase our ideas to industry leaders. Now, to make sure that your voice is heard, I launched a JUTS podcast and video series featuring your stories, policy updates, and a direct Q&A with different student leaders. Now, in closing, this is more than just a campaign. It's a movement for every student on every campus in every parish. I've been here, I understand, and I'm here to make an impact. But the reality of it is, I can't do it alone. I need your voice, your ideas, and your energy. Together, we can build a future where every student is empowered, included, and heard. A future where no one is left behind. So as we approach the elections on June 31st and July 1st, I ask for your support. Let's go further together. Let's be the generation that didn't just ask for change, but made it happen. Thank you. Let's get on the go with Lindo, your voice, your advocate. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lindo, thank you very much. So now we have opened the floor for questions from our presidents. We'll start with our presidents and then to the panelists. Any questions for second VP candidates, Mr. Harris and Mr. Lindo? Presidents are not gonna sleep, wake up.
No, I was just confirming who should ask the questions.
Presidents, we're opening the floor for the presidents first to ask field questions to the candidates, and then the panelists, and then the audience. But if there are no questions from the presidents, do you have a question?
Hello.
Do you have a question for the candidates, Mr. Harris and Mr. Lindo?
I do.
Okay, proceed.
All right. So both of you, you've mentioned something about a JUTS podcast. I am more intrigued to understand how you would go about it. And since we're on the topic of advocacy and it was not mentioned enough, how do you intend to use your podcast in reference to advocacy? I mean, the point would possibly be engagement, but how do you plan to use that podcast to advocate?
All right, thank you for that question. Now, in regards to the podcast, it would be a partnership with the communications committee, so as to deputy director of communications as well as the director of communications in making it happen. Now, over the past 10 years, I wouldn't say that JUTS has done minimal advocacy. It's just that the advocacy has not been seen on major platforms, so it has been done behind doors. For instance, through courtesy calls with different government officials. So through advocacy, through this podcast is basically approach in order to actually address that issue where persons are saying they're not seeing the advocacy. So it's just to bring awareness to what's happening within JUTS. Now, as I said, we're just trying to, it's an idea that I feel is definitely going to bring across the engagement and bring across the students that JUTS is working for you, with you. So that is the aim of the podcast. If hopefully that answers the question.
All right, no problem. Malik?
All right, so on a note of advocacy, as mentioned before, I would seek a partnership with Full Campus, an organization, a partner organization of Campus Elite that is already in the media and known for facilitating these podcasts with university students. Now, being the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, naturally it is our role to advocate for these students, and not only to advocate for them, but to actually highlight them as well. So I wouldn't per se limit it to just advocacy, but I would also extend it to actually highlighting some of these students. So let's say you're the student with the 4.3 GPA. Let's say you're the top scorer for your intercol competition. Let's say you won 7 different awards at the UE or UTech award ceremony. I believe that this podcast should be extended to you as well. So it's a push for partnership, and I believe that it is a valuable partnership that would help with the marketing of the JUTS organization, one which will attract in time sponsorship that would be pushing some of our initiatives that we cannot necessarily, as Mr. Nash would have mentioned, wait on the ministry to actually facilitate us for. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that, Mr. Harris and Mr. Lindo. Mr. Roberts, I'm acknowledging your hand. Proceed with the question, please.
Good night. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, hearing you.
Great. So to both candidates, I heard you guys throw around the word advocacy. So I want to know, what have you successfully advocated for during your tenure on JUTS, and how has it positively impacted the lives of students?
All right, so am I being heard?
Yes, hearing you, Malik.
All right, so I would have recently, in my, well, not necessarily in my role, but I would have had dialogue with the Intercol Jamaica. Well, yes, Intercol Jamaica. Not just as a youth executive, but the mere fact that I am also a rugby athlete, well, the vice captain for the UMONA rugby team that actually just won the intercal competition. So I would have done advocacy on many different levels, actually representing, not just the athletes of the University of the West Indies Mona, but all athletes who would have attended, well, no, not attended, all athletes who would have been a part of this intercal season. UTech included, MICO included, CMU included, Excelsior Community College included. Because the issues rather with what we're going through in rugby is, one, it is underfunded to the point where we have players who are representing institutions paying for their own jerseys. Two, you find that it is not marketed enough. There is a finals being played and no one knows about it outside of the players who are going to play the finals. Three, we do not have proper fields to play on. There are, what would you say, lumps in the field that are injuring players even without any contact being there. Not enough referees to facilitate the matches. I would have advocated for those issues under my role as the Undersecretary for the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students. And I could speak on this all day really, because as a student athlete, I I can push the agenda that us as student athletes aren't necessarily a part of the immediate group that receives advocacy. So that's just to answer the question. Over to Mr. Lindo.
Thanks, Mr. Harris. Over to you, Mr. Lindo.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Roberts. Now, during my tenure as National International Affairs Executive, just a few months ago, myself, Miss Kelly D. Bailey, and Mr. Dominic Nash would have joined other student leaders from the University of West Indies Mona Guild, as well as the University of Technology Students Union, in a courtesy call with Minister Senator Dina Morris-Dixon. During our courtesy call, I would have raised the issues of SLB in regards to students not feeling well. One of the issues over the years is that SLB isn't being used to its full potential, or persons just don't see the purpose of it. So it's like from the ministry's perspective, it isn't being utilized, while from the student perspective, SLB makes no sense. Now, what we had understood, well, just being the middle person between the ministry and the students, there was a disconnect where students actually, based on the stigmatism of SLB over the years, students fail to understand that, well, students didn't understand that a lot of changes have been made to make it more accessible and more easier to maneuver, such as the reduced, well, the fact that you no longer need a guarantor, or the fact that the interest rates have been set or whatever. Now, with that being said, the call was made for more for an increase in it. So the threshold had been increased from 1 mil to 1.5. And I would say that was a success coming out of that meeting. Additionally, I would have raised the point of housing on two matters. So realistically, also persons know that the University of Technology has 12,000 registered students. However, it only provides housing on campus for 452. Now, with that being said, the ratio is ridiculous in a way. And after raising the point in a courtesy call, just about 2 weeks ago, I can happily say that in the Gleaner, you would have seen that the University of Technology is now looking for contracts or accepting bids for new housing for a new housing infrastructure or new housing option on campus. So I would just say that, well, as Mr. Harris would say, I can speak on this all day as well. So those are just two major things I would have said that I accomplished during my tenure as National International Affairs Executive to benefit the university students on a whole and not just a selected few.
Thank you, Mr. Lindo. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Any other questions from our presidents? No? Panelists, Dr. McGregor, Mr. Cook?
Sure. I mean, I promise I won't be long. It's now after 12. It's a whole new day. All right, so as usual, I'll start off by saying thank you to both candidates for putting yourselves forward. I mean, I would start with a question about advocacy efforts, but that has already been asked. And I think the question I'd want to ask you is what do you think, or what role do you think you play in terms of the entirety of the organization? What role do you think you would play as a second vice president?
All right, so as the second vice president, I'm already aware that I would be the director of the respective regional coordinators. I understand that my role is crucial in terms of external affairs, both local and international. I am aware of the fact that it is important for me to keep myself up to date with local and international affairs. You know, I am aware that I would be one of the key pieces in terms of or connectivity to the corporate world or connectivity to potential sponsors or connectivity to the local institutions, because we have to be connected to them to actually understand their issues in order to actually advocate for them, in order to actually serve them as we are setting out to do. So that's my understanding of the role.
All right, thank you. Linda?
Well, thank you so much for that question. Or sorry. All right, thank you so much for that question, Mr. Cook. Well, my role as second VP, well, honestly, well, in my own words, I would say it's just a step up from what I've been doing as National International Affairs Executive. Because as we know, that role works side in side with the second VP. Now, I feel, as I said, it's more so a focus as well as being that gel on national issues as well as the national and international issues in terms of tertiary education. Now, it also includes being the direct connect between the university presidents, which represent each university president would have represented their guild or student union. So it was being that direct contact between them and JUTS and to the ministry. So as I say, it's being that middle person as well. So as I say, well, to get my words together, two, national and international affairs, as well as being that middle person between the university, student union bodies, as well as the Ministry of Education, as well as an executive overall to ensure that that just functions in its role and all members are held accountable in their positions.
All right, no problem. Let's get down to some business now. So, courtesy calls. We often talk about courtesy calls. JUTS has undertaken quite a number of courtesy calls. One of them And we, of course, would have called a courtesy call upon the Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, and he would have given a commitment to host an annual public lecture that would be in collaboration with JUTS, which would, of course, be undertaken by the Office of the Second Vice President in collaboration with the Office of the Director of Projects and Special Initiatives. Considering that that is already a commitment that we have, what do you think should be the focus of the first public lecture? I'm not asking you to get a commitment from the Prime Minister, that already exists. We already have a commitment, we have arrangements to have a public lecture. And I'm charging whichever one of you becomes this next second vice president to follow through on that commitment. But what do you think should be the first topic of discussion for this public lecture?
Yeah, well, I would say that's pretty clear cut. I don't want to use the wrong word. Subsidization. No. All right, so basically student financing now, just to be clear, not to use the specific words. I don't want to use the wrong word. But at the end of the day, I feel like that is as clear as it gets, because one of the major issues that we're facing nowadays is that, especially not only when you think about the tuition at Michael for a student who isn't on scholarship, that's almost $500,000 just for a semester. Same thing for a dental student who pays $1 million per semester at USEC and UE. So the continuous increase by university administrations in terms of tuition, I feel like there needs to be some middle ground as to when does it stop, and how is there a cap, or is there a solution for us in terms of student financing?
All right, thank you so much, Linda. Mali?
Yes, and thank you so much for that question. Now, given the fact that it's already a commitment by the Prime Minister, given the fact that he will already be, his presence will already be there in terms of him not only speaking to us as university students, but also hearing our concerns. I believe the major emphasis of the very first public lecture should, well, and it could be in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and Youth along with the Heart Trust NTA, because I believe that there are certain scholarships that are accessible to tertiary students that aren't necessarily marketed enough. Reference, JAMVAT, there are all types of opportunities already, accessible for tertiary students, and not just, tertiary students registered to tertiary institutions per se, but the students who aren't necessarily, the students who opt not to take the path of attending a university, but to attend the Heart Trust NTA rather, to actually further their studies, rather than attending a traditional university. So the first focus could be, opportunities that are, readily available, funding, basically all educational tools that the government have to offer. And that could be the foundation of the very first public lecture.
So in essence, you're saying that the public lecture is supposed to focus on different tertiary opportunities then? So maybe not the traditional route of tertiary education or post-secondary education, but also including NCT vet?
Right.
No, okay. All right, thank you so much. All right, guys. We don't have the time for all my other questions. I like to ask questions, so I'll just end with a few recommendations. Having been on the team, I was hopeful that would have probably been just a little bit more aware. There are a lot of recommendations that are being given looking at your manifestos, and there's nothing wrong, I always say, with building on a foundation that already exists, unless it's a case where nothing at all that exists works. So we like to talk about internship and paid internships. There's actually a program that's undersubscribed nationally, the GWEP program, Graduate Work Experience Program, offered by Heart, that has been undersubscribed, and it is actually paid internships for students coming out of tertiary education. We probably want to look at some more of those meaningful partnerships instead. Well, let me not say instead, but in addition to looking at opportunities that you potentially want to have to reach out to companies and get persons pay. Like, where are we gonna be getting this money from? I think that's a big question I have for a lot of the plans that we have. Where we are gonna get the money from? Just operating on a zero budget. Where are we gonna get the money from? Um, Malik, I think you specifically spoke about partnership or getting more students to be a part of diaspora conferences. Actually, as the second vice president, you're going to be a part of an organization called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council, which is actually in charge of planning the youth aspect of the diaspora conference. So I think that is something that's going to be really important and integral. This is not a partnership that you have to seek out. You already have that opportunity once you're elected to be vice president, right? During our tenure last year, you guys should both be aware of the Global Mentorship Institute. That's an international body that partners with JUTS, where students get an opportunity to be paired with an individual that's in their field, not just locally, but someone who is respected. I would have been a beneficiary of that program, and I would have actually been paired with an individual in a professor in a university here, which actually assisted me with applying for my PhD program. So the opportunities are endless. And I think that these are some of the things that we need to continue to explore. But in whichever case, all the very best to the candidates. And another thing I want to say before I go, JYAN is really crucial, and we have to continue exploring and engaging with that organization. They continue to make moves to try and partner with JUTS and to go places with JUTS, and that's a relationship that I'd encourage you to hold on to and to continue nourishing. All right, so all the best, gents. Dimitri, if you have any.
Yes, I don't have a lot of questions either. I just have one and a half. One and a half. Um, are both candidates here? Lindo, Harris?
Still here.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Yes. So this question is, well, so you guys are vying for the second vice president, local international affairs, right? And this, what I want to ask, the question I want to ask is this. This position will require you to ensure that Jews have like a, a presence in the regional sphere as well. So what is, both of you guys were on just before, right? So my question to you is, what is JUT's current relationship with both the Commonwealth Students Association and the Caribbean Regional Youth Council? And what will you do if elected to strengthen those relationships? Because let me just preface that by saying, normally the second vice president is the person that we put out to say, okay, go and apply for these positions because we want JUTS to have a voice on these committees and these councils, right? So that's what normally happens. I don't know what happens now. So what I'm asking you, because you guys were on JUTS, what is the current relationship between JUTS and the Commonwealth Students Association and the Caribbean Regional Youth Council? And if you don't know, then fine, but what do you plan to do to strengthen that if elected?
All right, so I'll go first since my camera and mic is already on. So as it relates to the current relationship, you know, it would have faded a bit due to the respective resignations from a variety of central executive appointed and co-opted executive members from their roles in the past tenure. However, to answer the other question, should I be elected, how do I plan on strengthening relations? So luckily, or not luckily, I have the privilege of working with the National Youth Council of Jamaica. which also has relations to the organizations, which allowed me to actually network with some of the individuals from the Commonwealth organization. So I do have a foundation per se in terms of contacts, people I can actually reach out to actually, if elected, reintroduce myself as the second vice president of the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students and to begin our relations from that point in.
Okay, Lindo.
All right, thank you for that question. I actually disagree with the sentiments of Mr. Harris. Just actually has a great relationship with the Commonwealth Student Association. We would have actually run for a post in the last election, where we would have withdrawn due to some issues in the electoral process, but we are still very much involved because even at the last meeting that was held, I would have represented JUTS in my capacity as National International Affairs Executive. Additionally, JUTS was also represented at St. Lucia last year at an event that was held by the Caribbean Regional Youth Council. So we do have a good relationship, and I do think that going into the next tenure, if elected, I will be trying to sustain and maintain it and see how much we can build upon the current relationships that we have. Thank you.
Yes, so my last question, I did half question. I want you to think about it though. I want you guys to tell me what you think when you hear the word nation building. And I know that nation building is one of JUT's foundation, but what do you plan to do if elected, to improve JUT's efforts towards nation building?
All right, so as mentioned before in regards to, well, it was in the manifesto in regards to the skills training. I would have actually worked or trained people in the past per se in public relations. I would have worked with the Youth Education Association, which mainly handles financial literacy training. In regards to nation building, my first approach out of many approaches, of course, would be to seek to start with skills training, because overall, what I think when I hear nation building is service to our people. So that is just to briefly answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. It's my last question, obviously. So, Lindo, you go and then that's it for me.
All right. So in regards to nation building, the first thing that comes to mind is the motto of building a nation through student representation. Now, as I said, what we're trying to do as JUTS, it's focusing on this year is personally, if elected, is advocacy and inclusion, ensuring that all institutions are included and all matters or all issues that they're facing, they feel like they're being advocated for or they're being addressed. Now, additionally, we're going to see how much we can contribute to growth by these involvements, by advocating and ensuring that all institutions are involved. I feel like what we're going to be able to accomplish through all institutions involved, we can actually come together to get all tertiary students on a whole and not only the student governing bodies to be a part of the wider vision and participating in events or activities that contribute to the betterment of the nation. Now, as I said, we've had some relatively we had some good ideas in the past through this tenure. However, the issue was involvement by institutions. And it also comes to the part of planning as well to make sure that all planning is diverse in a way to ensure that inclusivity is met. So As I say, throughout this year, once we can achieve inclusivity, we'll be able to accomplish nation building. So yeah, the more persons involved, the bigger the impact.
All right, thank you very much. That is it for me.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. McGregor. Mr. Roberts, is that a legacy hand?
No, I have a question.
One question, sir. Mr. Roberts?
Yes, I'm here.
One question.
So I want to know, yes. So
Okay.
from both candidates, I want to know, if elected, what's going to be the biggest advocacy point for you that we can expect as tertiary students?
All right, thank you for that question, Mr. Robert. All right, so earlier I couldn't find the word, but I found it now. Subvention. So over my first year, well, just is a 2-year tenure, but over my first year, subvention campaign to continue it and to actually get a result that is beneficial or that is in ordinance with what we expect or what we want as students is met. So as we said, well, throughout my tenure, if elected, a subvention campaign will be continued and will be maximized to ensure that we get what we want as students and what is needed. Thank you very much.
All right, and thank you for the question, Mr. Roberts, and thank you for the floor, Mr. Lindo. So my biggest advocacy point across the next 2 years, of course, it will basically be around, you know, a policy, like a structured policy, and this would be in collaboration with the Office of the First Vice President. So it would be a structured policy in terms of how the universities go about barring students from their respective examinations due to, you know, owed fees. You know, it would basically be structured around university students being barred from exams and housings, you know, due to their respective, you know, owed fees. So to briefly answer the question, that would be my biggest advocacy point. And, you know, because of the roles of the elected officials, it would have to be done in collaboration with the Office of the First Vice President.
All right, I think that brings us to the end of our Q&A segment. We still have one candidate left, so the night isn't over yet. Tejano Taylor. He is vying for the position of first, he's the uncontested candidate for first vice president for policy advocacy, research, and development.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Hi, hello everybody. I hope everybody's hearing me. Good morning. I know it's been a long day. Firstly, let me just apologize for just now presenting. As we all know, the summer period as a youth leader is very busy, but I try to make myself available as much as I can, even if it means that it's at 12:26 a.m. in the morning. But to just make myself available to the different responsibilities that I do have. I'm just going quickly into my presentation, and I'll make it very, very short because I know that your attention span may be very short at this time of the morning. So my name is Tejano Taylor, and I'm vying to become the next Vice President for Advocacy, Policy, Research, and Development within the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students. Over the past years, I've had the privilege of serving in several leadership roles. Firstly, I was the youth mayor of Montego Bay, served as the longest serving youth mayor of Montego Bay, 3 years. That's during COVID time. I then moved to national representation, being the public relations officer, and then elevated to the post of Vice President for Properties and Special Initiatives on the U. Council. I've also represented students nationally in other capacities. I was Deputy Speaker of the House. In the same time, I was a youth parliamentarian, and would have assisted a number of youth parliamentarians to champion a number of the different issues that we would have debated on in Parliament. I think these experiences experiences combined with my academic background in political leadership, strategy, and management have given me a practical understanding of what it takes to meaningfully lead with purpose. I live by the phrase, be the change you wish to see in the world. And for me, that change begins with us as Jamaican students, most importantly. Because we're not just here to just pass through the tertiary system. We're here to shape it. We're here to challenge it. We're here to improve it, and we're here to make it better for the generations to come. I've always heard about the lecturers and the former leaders who would have served in different capacities, and they would have made my life easier today. And I hope that I can make somebody else's life easier tomorrow. So going into my direction and I would say framework for how I will operate within the post of first vice president. Firstly, I am attacking the different areas within the first vice president portfolio with strategy and with framework. I know that in times past, persons will say, okay, want to do X, want to do Y, want to do Z. And I was listening to Deshaun's recommendations to the different offices in that everybody kind of said they want to do X, but the explanation of how we're going to achieve X, what framework are we going to achieve advocacy, what framework are we going to use to achieve, in my role, policy and research and development. How are we going to get it done? And that is the approach in which I would have taken with this, my manifesto. So first thing first, in attacking advocacy, I want to create a National Student Advocacy Committee, and this would be in essence a subcommittee within JUTS. Based on my understanding thus far and reading and understanding the JUTS constitution, they are not, the JUTS doesn't have any standing committees per se to help it achieve its operations. I want to introduce this advocacy committee called NSAP. So we will establish this committee, and it will be dedicated to addressing the concerns of tertiary students and coordinating high impact national advocacy efforts. I think one of the assumptions that we make is that, okay, because we are the elected persons on the JUTS committee, there's a lot of time and space per se for us to do everything. And really and truly, that's not the case. Like the realities of being a student leader is you're a student and you're also a leader. And how can we still achieve what we need to achieve, but also be able to balance the stresses and everything that comes with that particular role? And this committee will help us to achieve our advocacy targets and goals. So grounded in data-driven research, and I think the esteemed lady from Jan, I think she would have asked this question to one of the candidates before. Not entirely sure. I don't remember. But this committee will be grounded in data-driven research and direct student input. The committee will strategically address social and socio-economic. So this committee is specifically targeting social and socio-economic issues affecting tertiary students by analyzing their lived experiences, developing focused, actionable advocacy strategies and campaigns in and around these issues. And these issues like tertiary level education, and that's a broad topic that looks at financial issues and other issues within tertiary level education. The curriculum, are we really looking at stuff that's empowering ourselves as descendants of the African enslaved? Are we really challenging ourselves? I know Bob Marley would have talked about emancipating yourself from mental slavery. Are we actually achieving these things at the tertiary level? Mental health and wellness, gender-based issues, food security is a serious issue in our own tertiary on campuses. I live on campus. I know persons who suffer from these particular issues. How can we address and working with the councils to address food security, employment and entrepreneurship and job readiness? I think that is something me as a tertiary student, I would have been fortunate to have some mechanism to assist me in my job readiness. But is that the same right across the board, right across the island? That's what we're going to assess. Internship opportunities. I recently had a sit-down conversation with the Minister Perennial Charles. I was stressing an issue that we don't have a portal that encapsulates all the internship and job opportunities for tertiary level students, and he agreed with me. And he said the ministry is advancing a particular portal to really combat that. But I think we can, within our small cells as students, do something on a smaller scale to assist our tertiary level students within the short term and hope and bang on that government initiative in the long term. And lastly, digital access and connectivity. So that's how we would attack our advocacy efforts as an organization, as JUTS. On the policy, we're going to do two major things. One, we're going to establish a policy review and reform committee. Again, I can't do everything by myself. And having access to the greatest minds, the future of Jamaica tomorrow, I think we can pull together a solid team of persons who are studying in these different areas and provide these opportunities as internship opportunities. Of course, it's unpaid because it's a service above self, but provide these opportunities for our tertiary level students to have experience in doing policy research and advocacy and so forth. So the policy review and reform committee, it will be dedicated to evaluating and reforming educational policies to ensure they reflect the current realities, needs, and aspirations of students. By combining expert analysis with student input, and the committee will then identify gaps, monitor effectiveness, and develop informed recommendations for policy revision. I think it's the one thing to say, yeah, we're going to talk about policy, we're going to do this regarding policy, but how exactly are you going to get it done? I would have interned with the Planning Institute of Jamaica. I think it's probably one of the most, I was very lucky to intern with them. I interned with them and I worked with the Vision 2030 Secretariat. And I would have worked on something called the midterm socio-economic framework. The midterm socio-economic framework is a policy document that really pulls together all the government, the ministries, departments, and agencies right across government to see how we can coordinate our approach towards achieving Vision 2030. It's a very, very, very thick document. And from my experience there, I think we can pull on certain things to achieve JUTS policy review and reform agenda. And so the second thing that we're going to work on is position papers and legislative engagement. I think we should look at policy drafting from a JUTS perspective, not necessarily to say we're going to combat policy or legislation being drafted by government, but how can we aid in policy that's been drafted by government? What ideas, what areas haven't government looked at that we can propose, that we can inspire, that we can even have general social conversations in and our own? Again, the government doesn't always know every single thing at the same time, or doesn't want to do every single thing at the same time. But this is how we can engage, just so we can judge, so we can inspire these different changes that we can get through legislation. So we'll draw position papers presenting clear evidence-based student perspective on key educational and societal changes. These documents can serve as tools, influence policy, raise awareness, and advance meaningful student-centered solutions. And thirdly and lastly, I want to establish something called the State of the Student Survey under the Student Insight and Development Committee. So why Student Insight and Development? So the thought process around it is, I think we as JUTS need a tool that collects data, analyzes and presents that data on real experiences and the challenges faced by tertiary students across Jamaica. In a sense, it's a needs assessment. I think sometimes we say, hey, we need to do this, we need to do that, we need to do this. But then when you sit in the room with the government says, okay, what evidence do you have to support your claim or to support your perspective or to support your suggestion on doing X? We don't necessarily have it. It's just based on our anecdotal evidence and based on who we talk to and so forth. But what framework or what tool do we have to use as an organization to help us to make decisions as the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students? And I don't think we have a framework established to help us make effective and impactful decisions. So I want to establish that. So by examining issues such as tuition, mental health, wellness, access to resources, academic support, we will do surveys and other means of research to generate comprehensive reports and offer validated actionable insights. So the State of the Student survey would modeled off the survey of living standards in Jamaica. I think that was done by the PIOJ. Again, I got a lot of inspiration from working at the PIOJ. It's really just an assessment, a simple assessment of the current state of our students within the church level institutions. And I think that can form a base on which we can then, our second VP can start do their type of advocacy, or PR and or communications director can utilize that to say, okay, what do we need to champion? And of course, my committee will be providing suggestions on how we can champion these real issues. So generally, these findings will equip policymakers, institutions, and student advocates with credible evidence to inform decision, shape policy, and drive meaningful improvements and development among our students within tertiary institutions. So in closing, there's only one promise I can give to you, and that's specific to our presidents and to our other stakeholders. I will listen, I will stand with you, and I will work with you. Not just to hold a title, but to deliver results that students right across Jamaica, or tertiary level students, can see and feel. My campaign is really not about me, it's about us as students. I experience the same issues that we're here advocating for. And again, Gandhi said, be the change that you want to see in the world. So I think what we can do is we can build, we can change, and we can improve when we as an organization have a clear vision and collective will. So I ask for your support and I ask for your vote. And let's not just talk about change, but let's tailor it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor, our final candidate for this evening's debates. Over to you, President, with your questions. Do we have any questions from our president, Dr. McGregor? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
So, Mr. Taylor, good night. Thank you for your presentation. I was listening. I heard you mention something about gender-based violence. So I want to know what your stance and what you're going to do. What are you going to do about that? Are you going to only represent your organization, which would be you, or are you going to represent all tertiary students?
Thank you for that question, Sir Robert. So I don't think gender-based violence is an institutional issue per se. I don't think it's a UAR, UTEC, or any institutional specific issue. I think it's a general social issue right across the board for us as just Jamaicans and for us as just young people just living and trying to get by. And I think there's a lot that has to do with our culture, and a lot has to do with, again, when we and I would have I talked about it. When we talk about advocacy, right? Are we, and Bob Marley talked about it, are we emancipating ourselves from mental slavery? Are these is our curriculum targeting some of our social and socio-economic issues? So my direct answer to your question, I won't take it from an institutional standpoint per se. I will take it from a general social standpoint as us as young people within Jamaica, trying to live, trying to work, and how can we improve just our own interactions? How can we remove some of the things that we thought were norms, and how can we create new norms and create better interactions amongst ourselves as you know, between genders? So that's the perspective I would take. I would take that.
All right, thank you. And I have a second question.
Yeah,
Your
sure.
portfolio seems to be, well, it seems to surround policy or has a great involvement as it relates to policy. So I want to know, what policy will you implement that will affect or enhance the student experience all across the board?
Yeah, so I thought about that question before coming into this debate, and I don't have a specific policy in mind. And the reason why I don't have a specific policy in mind is because that's not how policy works. You get me? Policy is not driven from what I think we need. It's driven from what we think we need. So I think, and I would have taken this approach when I was vice president for properties and special initiatives. It was a massive portfolio and Humana Guild. I think VP PSIs before me would have said, okay, I think the campus needs this. And I think the campus needs that. For example, let's look at bus system. Every PSI before says, hey, I think we need a bus to do X and to do transport students at X and Y and Z and so forth. But when you look at the data, when you sit down and have conversations with the students, you realize that's not what they want. That's not what they go for. And I didn't put in my manifesto to say we're going to champion X and Y and Z policy per se. I put in my manifesto a mechanism for us to ensure that we're doing the right things to implement the right policies for our students. So it's from that standpoint I've taken policy. But my portfolio is not just around policy, but I don't think I should create a manifesto just around what my constitutional duties are. I think we're here to improve the organization that which we're in. So, thank you.
All right, so thank you. Again, just following up. I've written policies and I've had policies implemented before, so I don't necessarily agree with the first part of your statement. But just to continue, what policy or what do you think students actually want? Because you would have served on the UWI Mona Guild prior. So I know that you have experience working with students, looking at the issues that students have. So coming into this role, what's one thing that you believe can positively affect students if you work on that?
I generally right across the board, it wouldn't be under my first point on the advocacy generally. I think, and we've all talked about it. I think tuition and access to tertiary level education is one of the major topics regarding the topics that are impacting tertiary level students. I would have faced it myself. My students at UMONA would have faced it, but it's not what I believe. And I think, this is an area that we can look into, we can assess, we can say, okay, what is best for different institutions? What's best for you, it may not be best for UTech. What's best for UTech may not be best for teachers' colleges. You get me? So it's how can we utilize these different mechanisms to impact the lives of our students? When we're looking at tertiary level education, let's look at gender-based as issues. The culture that's there at UTech and culture at UA may not be the same, but I can't take the same approach that I take at UA to then apply that nationally. I now need to look at it from a different perspective to say, okay, it's not just UA, it's not just UTech, it's not just Kingston, it's not just Mobe. It's these other areas within Jamaica that their cultures and their expectations and their norms are different. Kingston culture is so different from Montego Bay culture that is so different Westmoreland culture. And we have to approach these issues not from what I think or what I believe to be true, but from an informed standpoint. And I think generally regarding advocacy and policy development, if we don't talk to the people that's there on the ground, or students that are there experiencing and having these experiences, like how are we going to know what they want and advocate for what they want and not necessarily what we think they want?
All right, thanks for your response, Mr. Taylor. Thanks for your questions, Mr. Roberts. Do we have any other questions from our presidents? The numbers are dwindling. Dr. Dimitri, do you have any questions for our first VP candidate?
No, based on the interest of time, I'll save him. See, he's agreeing with me. Yeah, man, that's it.
All right, thank you so very much to our candidates who have remained online. It's way past the scheduled time. I don't know what we're thinking when the time schedule was created. But yes, it has been a fruitful evening. And as a student governance coordinator, I just want to encourage the candidates. Windows are drawn. The union, as we have established, and it has been reiterated, it's a mammoth task and it's not a one-man show. So feel free to lend your service to the organization. And for those who will be duly elected, feel free to reach out to ask for help. It's not a one-man show either. And I would have heard several persons would have shared about different engagements they would have been a part of throughout the tenure. And half of them, I've never heard of to report up to my directives about JUTS. for the past few months, I've just been reporting JUTS dormant, JUTS dormant, JUTS dormant. So, you know, don't keep these things a secret. You have a GenSec. Even if the GenSec don't reach out to you for a report, make it your responsibility. You say you represent on behalf of JUTS, make it your responsibility to report to the relevant person so that report can be fed up to the ministry officials, all right? So the polls will open on Monday. All the very best. I don't remember when campaigning closed, but use your time wisely and let us work together to really revitalize and make JUTS an impactful union for the tertiary students, both in the rural and the urban parts of the country. Have yourselves a wonderful Sunday morning. Until we meet again, take care.